Good morning. Let me start off by apologizing for being a few minutes late. My mother would be horrified. Being a ex-Marine sergeant, she was always at least early. But I guess an hour and a half for 25 miles is not enough time, so I'll leave earlier tomorrow. We have a quorum here. We're missing member Jeffries. He may or may not attend later on today. I appreciate all of you attending. For those who don't know me, I am John Favere. I am Chairman of the State Election Board. I'm joined today by Dr. Janice Johnson, a member, member Janelle King, member Sarah Gazal, and our Executive Director, James Mills. We have a full agenda, as you know. We're going to try and move through them as quickly as possible. There are a lot of cases that are pretty easy and a lot of them that are not so easy. So we'll do the best we can to move forward as quickly as possible. The first item on the agenda today is the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Johnson, would you please give us our invocation for the day?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today as humble servants, imperfect and broken. Bless our President, Donald J. Trump, and our Governor, Brian P. Kemp. May they lead our country and state fairly, honestly, and wisely. We are heartbroken for the senseless murder of an innocent young woman, Irina Zarutska, and we are profoundly grieved by the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a precious daughter and a beloved son senselessly murdered. I trust, and yes, I know that they are wrapped in God's loving arms for eternity, where there is only peace and love and joy. We honor the courage and now legacy of Charlie Kirk, your faithful servant, who stood for truth, civility, dignity, honesty, and faith. Charlie Kirk answered the call as written in the book of Isaiah, and I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" Then I said, "Here I am, Lord, send me." This captures the essence of Isaiah's prophetic call, where God asked for a messenger and Isaiah volunteers with a sense of humble obedience. So did Charlie Kirk. We must remember, we must never, ever surrender. I am Charlie Kirk, and I pray you are too. Remember these words: love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind. And this commandment, thou shalt not kill. Guide us today in this state election board meeting as we strive to protect our elections so that we can trust that elections are conducted legally, fairly, accurately, and honestly. Lord, have mercy on us and have mercy on our country. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Member King, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? If you'd please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member King. Sign up sheet. We're going to go first. Okay. Our first item on the agenda is approval of board meeting minutes. The first meeting is the State Election Board Executive Session meeting held on July 23rd, 2025. A copy of those minutes are in the under tab 1 in your board binder. If the board would take a few minutes, please, to look at those.
Mr. Sheriff,
Member Johnson.
may ask a point of order. I would like to amend the agenda. Would you like that at this moment or after the approval of the minutes?
No, let's do it after the approval of the minutes. Questions, comments on the executive session meeting from July 23rd, 2025? Chair, entertain a motion.
Make a motion to be approved the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes from July 23rd, 2025. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Being no discussion, all those in favor of approving the minutes from State Election Board Executive Session Meeting July 23rd, 2025, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. 3-0. Next item on the agenda is the State Election Board meeting and hearings from July 2029. July 29 to July 30th, 2025. The copy is in your binder under tab number 2. If the board would take a minute to review those minutes, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Kimberly Rizal.
sorry, I apparently don't have a microphone today.
Nope. Another one?
I can. Thank you. I would like to point out a few errors. There's some spelling errors. My name does not have an H. So throughout, whenever there is Sarah mentioned, at one point there was, on the pages aren't numbered, unfortunately. At the bottom of one.
You're talking about the H in Sarah.
Yes, on the bottom of page 4, Chief Investigator Sarah Koff, Koth, not Koff. Almost every vote is articulated with exactly who voted for and against, except for on the very last page. It's marked E, and that vote has not been enumerated, and I believe it needs to be enumerated to be parallel with every other vote during the day.
What page is that? E?
On the very last page.
Yep.
After session resumed at 4:45. Says the board voted to adopt a resolution, but the vote, if I recall correctly, was 3-2.
He's saying there's, under the resolution, there's no, the board vote is not listed under that. It's listed on
No enumeration of the vote.
other
Where it was
things, but not under
everywhere
that.
else.
So there's a misspelling on page 1. There's a misspelling where?
Page 1, 2. Page 4, the very last line on the bottom of the 4th page, very last word, in fact.
Sarah Koff. Yeah.
Koth, Koth, not Koff.
Page
So,
4. Yep. And then what was the third one?
the third was the vote, the enumeration of the
Three
vote.
things.
Yes, sorry.
So Member Gazal has asked that we change on page 1, paragraph 1, the correct spelling of her name would be S-A-R-A instead of S-A-R-A-H. On page 4, the very last word, Sarah Koff would be changed to Sarah Koth, K-O-T-H. And then the very last page, the second to last page,
Yep.
under the vote for the resolution that took place, that the vote of the board be included on the resolution, that the
Correct.
resolution similar to the other actions that were taken by this board where a vote was provided. Any questions from the board on that? Any discussion? Doug Johnson, any questions or discussions?
Does the board member want the passage of the resolution consistent with the rest of the minutes?
Yes,
Who's this for?
yes, exactly.
He told me. Pass 3-2.
Hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So the three corrections made, without dissent, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the minutes with those three corrections.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes as corrected.
We have a motion to approve the minutes as corrected. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the July 29 and 30, 2025 meeting as corrected. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. They're passed 3-0. Dr. Johnson, you wanted to make an amendment to the, or change to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to, this really pertains to the agenda for tomorrow, but since this will simply be a recess meeting at the end of today, I'd like to add to the business part of the meeting, and under unfinished business, a review of the chair's response to the board's vote regarding scheduling of meetings and point of contact.
Under unfinished business?
Yes, old business.
For tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, yes.
Response. Would you restate that again?
Under unfinished business, a review of the chair's response to the board's vote regarding scheduling of meetings.
Are you going to ask me to comment on that, or are you just going to have an open discussion about it? I'm going to be prepared for whatever.
As usual, I think a discussion would be in order, but your comment is most welcome.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I have another amendment to the agenda. I'd like to request the presentation of and consideration of resolutions to make recommendations to the General Assembly regarding legislation for the upcoming session of 2026.
Dr. Benson, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Are you intending to vote on a resolution, on recommendations, or is this simply a discussion of how to proceed that way?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to have a discussion concerning recommendations to the General Assembly and, if appropriate, tomorrow to vote on proceeding with making those recommendations to the General Assembly.
Do you have a copy of that resolution for the board to review today?
I will provide a copy tomorrow.
I mean, if we're going to add a resolution, I think it would be prudent to provide it to the board today so they have time to consider it before the actual discussion of it.
I would like to, but I don't have a printer at my hand.
I'm sure that our administrative person could have it printed out if you would get a copy to her.
Let's see if we can do that, Mr. Chair.
Anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, under new business, I would like to discuss pre-meetings.
Now, the last resolution would be under new business, correct? Or the last?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And under new business, a discussion of pre-meetings. Finally, under new business, I would like to propose a motion to send a letter to the Election Assistance Commission to support the petition recommending a change to the federal voter registration application to require proof of citizenship in order to register to vote with a federal voter registration application.
Send a letter to which organization?
Election Assistance Commission.
You have a copy of the letter that you are recommending?
I would like to, Chair, I'd like for the board to discuss this, and if the board is in agreement, a letter, I will write a letter and present and and send it on behalf of the board.
Okay, so there's no letter for us to review at this point then.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else?
Other matter, I would like to, under new business, discuss a petition from the, rule petition from the board concerning numbered voter lists.
Do we have a rule petition in place or one written already?
I do have a rule petition in place, although there needs to be one slight edit to the rule petition, and I will bring copies for the whole board tomorrow. I do not expect the board to vote on that tomorrow, but I would like it to be presented at the next meeting.
For a vote on initiating rules, procedures?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So tomorrow is just a presentation of it to let everybody see what you're proposing.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
Any other additions from board members? No? Okay.
Chairman,
Yes.
I recognize this is performing, but I do find it highly irregular to make so many changes to the agenda in the meeting when the agenda itself has been circulated for many weeks. And simply to provide note to the board or to the public that so many additional items are going to be discussed. This is the Open Meetings Act requires circulation of an agenda in advance of a meeting so that the public is made aware. And only when exigencies arise is it really allowable under the Open Meetings Act to make additions to the agenda. This is not what the Open Meetings Act contemplates.
I recognize that I'm one voice and this is simply me speaking out, but I wanted that to be included in the record. I believe that this violates at least the spirit, if not the letter of the Open Meetings Act.
Giving a legal opinion, Member Gazal?
I am not. I'm giving the opinion of a member. However, I will refer to the Attorney General's office.
I think, as chair, my opinion would be that a discussion is not totally inappropriate. Actions taken by the board on any of those would be probably inappropriate, given that proper notice wasn't given, but the discussion of those probably would be okay. But if this board chooses to take actions, then I think that we'd have an issue with that possibly. So, or I would. So, any further comments from the board on anything? We're moving to open public comment at this time. We have.
Oh, we've got 9.
We have 9 individuals for public comment. Our executive director will call out the names 2 or 3 at a time, so you can come and stand over here on the left. We ask that you please keep your comments to about 2 minutes each, and the executive director will time you, and when you're getting near the end, he will give you a gentle nudge that your time is almost up. as always, we just ask for some kindness and courtesy here. And that we are respectful of everybody's opinions, whether we like them or not. Everybody has a right to their opinion, and it's not up to us to judge them publicly. So let's begin.
Sure. First up is going to be Michael Beach and then Rick. And Rick, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the last name is written here, but your last name. Schroeder, I'm sorry. And then Jason Boyce will be third. So Mr. Beach, if you'll go ahead and begin.
But anyways, thanks for allowing me to talk.
Wait.
I'm 69 years old.
Okay. All right.
69 years old, and I thought I better convert to my phone now. So thanks for letting me speak today. I'm Michael Beach. I'm Assistant Poll Manager from DeKalb County and a retired CDC employee. As part of my career, I dealt with advisory committees and groups trying to change rules on a regular basis. I'm a process person, and I wanted to suggest some changes that would help, I think, with the state election board meetings, as we've just seen in some of the discussion here. First, finish a set of bylaws, please. It is actually required under 21-230 for you to have bylaws. And so it would be great if we could have those completed and posted so that we could all see them. Second, I'd implore parties to appoint members with relevant election and legal expertise. Third, from an expert standpoint, ensure that Secretary of State election staff and legal counsel are here in attendance to be resources and provide comment for the board on any proposed actions. I find that really useful in other meetings. It should be the same here. Fifth, require use of accepted rulemaking meeting protocols that include, at a minimum, submission of petitioner presentations at least 1 week ahead of the meetings for review by all parties. And that's the presentations, not just the posting of the wording. Timed petitioner presentations, times for reports from the Secretary of State or Attorney General staff concerning the petition, time for public comments by opponents of the petition, question, answer, and discussion time for the board, voting held until the next meeting to allow all of you to actually review the presentations and think about what was said and further questions, postponement of discussion to a future meeting if the petitioner presentation is different from what was submitted. And lastly, final rules should include a fair and nonpartisan summary of the proposed rule, subsequent comments, the SEB's response, operational implications, implementation challenges, if any, for the state and counties, and financial costs to the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I think Mr. Schroeder, Rick.
Richard.
Thank you much. Please be lenient with my time. I'm a veteran, and it's more important for me to get this all in. It's really hard to get it into 2 minutes. At the last state election board meeting, our new executive director was laying out some of the groundwork and guidelines to establish his authority and duties. The chairman would not give a positive response. Dr. Jansen presented a resolution to bring the Department of Justice, if necessary, to obtain the subpoenaed election results from the Fulton County. The resolution passed 3-2. Chairman Furrier voted a strong nay against bringing justice to Fulton County. This strong nay states volumes in the chairman's resistance to hold Fulton County responsible for the illegal election activities in the past 5 years. This is clearly not in the interest of the Georgia electors nor the citizens of the United States. It's this blatant disregard for justice and accountability that brings me to this point. I must hereby request the immediate resignation of the chairman on the grounds that he is unfit to lead this board. This is when we need strong and effective leadership that will ensure integrity of the board as you move forward to promulgate the rules, laws, and investigations. It's because of this failure of the state election board to promulgate the election laws that I am forced to resign from my poll worker duties. I took an oath in the last election that I was not allowed to live out. For this, I'm very sorry. I have failed the electors of the state of Georgia. I cannot jeopardize my character again, since I just trained to poll work in this next election on the same Dominion machines as defined by the current Secretary of State's directives, instead of being trained to perform my duties as defined in the Georgia Election Code Book 437. This board must begin today to promulgate the rules, laws, and investigations for every Georgia elector in Georgia, in every county. I want you all to read Psalm 1. It was preached to me in my church 30 years ago by our executive director, James Mills, and it's right here today.
Your time has expired, Mr. Schroeder. I'm sorry.
Stay with me for our Ukraine refugee and Charlie Kirk. God bless America.
All right, Mr. Jason Boyce.
Thank you. I don't know your protocol. I've seen you on Zoom, but never been here. So thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm here today because a case that was filed to the FBI by me was put on the docket for possible dismissal. And there's still more that needs to be done. I didn't even receive a letter saying it was up for dismissal. I happened to see the agenda last Thursday for this meeting today. So I decided I would come and share with you about that complaint that I filed with the FBI. It got transferred to the Secretary of State's office, and Secretary of State's office did do some investigation on it. There's a lot more to look at. There's people that haven't been tracked down yet. I did legwork for the secretary's investigation because it's 75 miles to Franklin County. And so provided information, that information has not yet had time to be followed up on. So when my case comes up, I will share more. But in any case, thank you for letting me be here.
Mr. Boyce, which case was yours again?
24-129. It's about ballots found in the dumpster.
Okay, good.
Right.
Next, we have signed up, the next three are Elizabeth Hendrickson, Kayla, Kyle Gomez, Lineweber, and Earl. I'm sorry, Earl, can't make out your last name. Ferguson.
Yep.
Okay, Earl Ferguson. If you three would come and just line up and be prepared. Ms. Hendrickson.
My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson, and I'm from Cobb County. I appreciate the willingness of anyone to serve on a public board. It is obvious that it truly is service, much hard work, and often thankless. This does not absolve members of the responsibility to follow rules of ethics. Ms. King's current conflict of interest in continuing to serve on this board while her husband is a candidate for the position of Secretary of State is clear and unacceptable. Ms. King has frequently and publicly criticized the current Secretary of State. She has stated that she would recuse herself if there were to be a case involving her husband or an opposing candidate, and believes the public should simply trust her word. However, particularly considering the current skepticism surrounding elections frequently expressed by Ms. King herself, even the appearance of conflict should be enough to cause her to resign. Equally concerning are Ms. King's repeated statements at the August 28th Blue Ribbon Committee meeting regarding the case involving gas cards with a candidate's name attached that were handed out in a recent campaign. She stated that if those cards had been given to every voter in the state, there would have been nothing wrong with it. Handing out gift cards by a campaign is vote buying, whether it is to one voter or all of them, and this is obviously unethical and illegal. Her lack of understanding of election law is disqualifying for service on the SEB. Also troubling is her dismissive attitude toward attorneys and their expertise, expressed a number of times both in the Blue Ribbon Committee meeting and at SEB meetings. This board's majority, including Ms. King, recently wasted a great deal of taxpayer money with their aversion to following legal advice. At the same Blue Ribbon Committee meeting, Ms. King spoke several times of her mission, a worthy one as told to her by the speaker when he appointed her, to do the right thing, which she said would be easy. Easy or not, the right thing for her to do now is to step down and I'm asking that she do so.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Kyle, go ahead.
Good morning.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
Yes, sir. It's Gomez Lineweber. That's Leineweber.
Okay.
So my name is Kyle Gomez Lineweber, and I serve as policy director at Common Cause Georgia. We are a non-partisan, nonprofit organization that has worked for decades to ensure every Georgian has a voice in our democracy. Today, I want to address one issue, the recent move to have Georgia share its voter registration data directly with the U.S. Department of Justice's Criminal Division. We believe that this request is unprecedented, unnecessary, and dangerous. Only Georgia and Connecticut have been singled out for this level of data sharing. Even veteran election officials say they have never seen anything like this. Georgia already meets and exceeds federal standards for voter list maintenance through Jarvis, DDS cross-checks, ERIC, and federal databases. Our state is a national leader in accurate rolls. A one-time snapshot of our voter file provides DOJ no meaningful evaluation of those practices. And finally, handing over voters' personal data to federal prosecutors risks private breaches, identity theft, and misuse. It could also chill voter participation if voters fear their information might be used for investigations unrelated to election integrity. Georgia's elections are secure because of the hard work of local election officials, but those same officials are being asked to do more each year with fewer resources. Counties face unfunded mandates and poll worker shortages, yet state and federal support has not kept up pace. That's why, instead of surrendering voter data to federal prosecutors, we should invest in Georgia's election infrastructure. Sustainable, predictable funding at both the state and federal level would ensure counties can implement rules responsibly, protect voter information, and continue delivering elections that are secure, accessible, and trusted by all Georgians. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
All right, next up is Earl Ferguson.
Ferguson, I reside and vote in Fulton County. I'm here to express support for the state election board. The reason I'm doing that is the Blue Ribbon Committee of the State House appears to not understand the need. The Secretary of State is an elected officer of the state. People who work for him are possible candidates. There is a conflict of interest here which cannot be ignored. This board is the check and balance to make sure that the conflict of interest does not decide illegally who wins. In addition, I've submitted several complaints for action that the Fulton County Registration and Election Board has denied, and those go to the Secretary of State. Until this board has a functional, operative, investigative system, we will not have fair treatment of those challenges. And I have one pending one which will definitely conflict with the interest of the Secretary of State. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
All right, next up, we have Miss Maria.
Gaudio.
Gaudio. Miss Maria Gaudio.
Good morning. A lawsuit has been filed against one of our SCB members by American Oversight. They are suing Dr. Jan Johnston due to a delayed response for records that were requested, and it was delayed not by the fault of Dr. Johnston. Board members, I don't have to tell you, are volunteers who take their positions and activities very seriously. I would like to see this board make a resolution or petition to request AG Chris Carter cover her legal expenses, or those of any board member who is faithfully fulfilling those duties on behalf of the people of Georgia. I would appreciate if this was initiated by Member Gazal as an act of goodwill and good faith, lest the same befall her. Also, I'd like to see a plan of action and directives to the counties of how we are going to proceed with implementation of Executive Order 248. Lastly, I'd like to read from Kevin Moncla, a post on X dated the 9th of September. The fact is that the AG's office, along with Charlene McGowan of the Secretary of State's office and Chairman Verveer, have been obstructing and sabotaging the state election board's investigations and rules. Sherry Allen's email to John Verveer with the lawsuit against the state. Funny that Sherry Allen sent it to Verveer and didn't tell the Fulton County Board about the lawsuit. And John Verveer didn't tell the other state election board members about the lawsuit. Who sends a lawsuit to your adversary before it's filed and before informing the board who's required to vote and approve it? Answer: criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Next up is Ralph O'Connor and then Sandra Bouchard.
My name is Ralph O'Connor. I'm a Fulton County voter. At the board's July 30 meeting, Dr. Johnston mentioned that about 10% of Georgians move each year. But according to OCGA 21-2-226E, precinct cards with updated voting location information must be sent to voters by non-forwardable first-class mail. I asked the individual board members to ask the Blue Ribbon Committee on Election Procedures to recommend changing the law to allow precinct cards to be mailed by forwardable first-class mail with address correction requested. The National Change of Address NCOA reports from Eric will still flag voters who have moved and not updated their information. As currently written, this section hinders counties' communication with voters and serves no useful purpose. Second issue. At the board's July 30 meeting, you dealt with a number of voters incorrectly registered at the Agnes Scott College Administration Building. Investigators were unable to locate most of them, maybe all of them. I bet the Agnes Scott Alumni Relations Office knows exactly where they live. So I would suggest that Gavrio work with interested counties to come up with a pilot project to work with their local colleges and universities to reach out to their current students, make sure those on campus have a residential address in My Voter page, that their alumni update their My Voter page, and also send a link to the Georgia Voter Cancellation Request portal for alums who have moved out of state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Sandra Bouchard. I'm sorry, Burkhart.
Sandra Burkhart.
Burkhart, I apologize.
I have been involved in corruption, not to my desire, but because of my passion for truth and justice. So I have been to many of these meetings. I've been to other places. I pray hard for this country because I believe we should unite for truth and justice. I have seen elections being run on machines that I know other states have outlawed because they are programmed to select who wins. And I'm tired of it. So I am 81 years old, and I'm going to do everything in my power for people to realize that we should not be required to use machines that are programmed to select who wins before the election. So I'd like to thank the volunteers of this board that care about truth and justice, and like to encourage everyone to do all they can to see that our elections are in fact fair and audited, not by looking at scans of ballots, but looking at the paper itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burkhart. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Well, that concludes our public comment portion of the meeting. Next item on the agenda is investigative reports. Let's get a call for you already. Board has a list of the cases for possible dismissal. Would the board please indicate which cases they'd like to for further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to pull case 2024-129 Franklin County discarded ballot. Actually had that on my list.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to pull.
I'm sorry.
It's just because I have a soft voice. Please pull SEB 2023-027,
To
tab 10.
Lee County, okay. Any other cases that the board would like to pull for further discussion? Let me go through and name the following cases that the board will vote on bank or en masse for dismissal. The first case is SEB 2024-256 Atkinson County request to photograph ballot. The second case is SEB 2024-128 Union County Sheriff qualifications. The third case is SEB 2025-013 Elbert County City of Bowman recall petition issues. The next case is SEB 2025-014 Rabun County double voter registration. The next case is SEB 2022-226 Hart County multiple absentee ballot fraud with PO Box. Next case is SEB 2024-241 Hart County double voting at Cade Street advanced location. Next case is SEB 2024-031 Wilkes County failure to allow public view of tabulation. The next case is SEB 2022-367 Franklin County candidate qualifying issue November 2022 general election. The next case, did I call out Murray County? I did call out that one, did I?
No.
Okay, I skipped it. Okay, all right. I got it. Next case is SEB 2022-228 Jackson County voter registration fraud. The next case is SEB 2024-121 Floyd County voter privacy violation complainant dropped case. Next case is SEB 2024-123 Floyd County ineligible poll worker. Next case is SEB 2024-076 Bartow County absentee ballot delivery. Next case is SEB 2023-050 Walton County Walnut Grove candidate intimidation. Next case is SEB 2022-309 Forsyth County voter registration issue. Next case is SEB 2024-057 Paulding County polling location change issue. Next case is SEB 2024-197 Gwinnett County inappropriate conduct of City of Mulberry candidate. It's a continued case. The next case is SEB 2023-031 Douglas County candidate qualifying issue. And the last case is SEB 2024-083 Douglas County poll worker conduct issue, May 2024. GP, the board has had an opportunity to review all of these cases. These cases have been recommended for dismissal. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion to dismiss the above named cases.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to, the chair to ask if there are any complainants or respondents that would request to speak to any of these requested dismissal cases, that if they are present today.
Are there any complainants here for the above named cases that are recommended for dismissal that would like to speak? Is it just one? Anybody else?
His is pulled.
You're Mr. Boyce, right? Right. Your case will be called for hearing. Yes, ma'am.
I heard, it doesn't matter, none, they couldn't be here today, even though it's scheduled for tomorrow, but I'm not able to be here tomorrow. And my case was I in South County, it was 2022-2021.
It's scheduled to be heard tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. We'll have somebody address you in just a moment. Okay. Are there any other respondents for the cases that I called out? Or any complainants for the cases that I called out? Yes, sir.
I'm Bill South, I'm attorney, I'm here with Mr. Colebroker, and we're not necessarily driving or commenting, just to let you know that we showed up out of respect to the board and the chair.
Which case was that?
That is SED 2022-367. And we're prepared to answer any questions before they have. That's the motion.
That case is recommended for dismissal. Do you have any objection to that?
No, sir.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, Dr. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we dismiss the cases that you just previously listed.
We have a motion to dismiss all the cases previously listed. I will not go through them again. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing the above named cases signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The above named cases are dismissed. If you'll give me just a minute, we will to make some notes, then we will. The first case that we're going to hear is SEB 2023-027 Murray County double voter. That is tab number 10 in your book. Investigators would please give us a brief outline. Jade.
The Secretary of State. This is case number SEB 2023-027. This complaint came in that a voter had possibly voted in both Tennessee and Georgia during the November 2020 election. The allegation that the respondent voted more than once in the same election was substantiated. The records were obtained from Tennessee and from Murray County, Georgia. The confirmed respondent voted in both states during the November 2020 election. The respondent is deceased at this point.
He deceased and died in February 2022.
Yes.
So voting was substantiated, but the respondent has subsequently passed away. So any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Um,
Who filed this complaint?
Murray County.
How did they obtain the information to file this complaint?
I have that ENET showed that the McKenzie registered to vote January 4th, 2008 while living in Murray County. The election record showed that on October 3rd, 2020, McKenzie requested a Georgia absentee ballot to be sent to the address in Tennessee for the November 3rd, 2020 election.
Does county routinely check with Tennessee for possible double voters?
You're asking me or Murray County?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
I don't know. Is this a felony violation?
Yes.
Yes. Why did it take 5 years to investigate this case?
It didn't. It was finished June of 23.
June of 23?
Yes.
Why did it take 2 years to bring this case to the state election board meeting?
I can't answer that.
Was this an Eric finding?
I don't know.
Do you know?
If it's not in the report.
Mr. Chair, do you have knowledge if this was an Eric finding?
I do not know.
Was this reported by Eric?
It may have as well, but we already had this case opened with Murray County being the complainant.
I'm just trying to understand how this complaint came about, why it took 5 years. That was 2020 election. It's 5 years. And we are just being presented this, which brings me to the question, was this a failure of Eric? Eric did not find this, and we're paying thousands of dollars to Eric to find double voters?
Well, it wouldn't seem to be an Eric finding if Murray County reported it, because Eric would report it directly, correct? Investigator Cost?
I have both as complainants on here, Tennessee and Murray.
You have what?
I have both as a complainant in the report. I have Tennessee and Murray as complainants.
So, but you don't have Eric reporting it, correct? It's Murray County reported it, correct?
Looks like both of them had contacted us.
Okay. Do you know when the report was made? When the complaint was made?
Originally, I'd have to pull up the complaint, but it was assigned to the one investigator, April of 23.
It was assigned to an investigator in April of 23.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I have the same question. Does Monroe County work with Murray County to look for double voters? I just don't understand. Help me understand how this complaint came in and why Eric failed to provide this to the Secretary of State or the State Election Board, and why we are hearing this 5 years later.
The complaint wasn't made till April of 23.
that's when we assigned it. I don't have the date in the report. I can pull the actual complaint. One minute.
Two. Three.
It looks like possibly in the complaint, it looks like Tennessee notified Murray County in 21.
When did the Secretary of State's office receive notification?
Let's see if I can open to it. I can only assume that we got it in 23. It has a 23 case number.
And what was notified in 2021?
Tennessee, there's an email from Tennessee to Murray.
Mr. Chair, why in the world would the Secretary of State sit on cases for 4 years to present to the State Election Board when I just read an article in the AJC by Mark Nisi, and maybe Mr. Nisi can answer some of these questions also, that cases are not being presented by the State Election Board when we don't even know about the cases. So let's set the record straight that it's not the state election board that is not hearing these cases in a timely manner. It's that they're not being brought to the state election board in a timely manner.
Well, we don't know exactly when the Secretary of State got this case. We know by email that Tennessee notified Murray County in 2021. Secretary of State's office opened an investigation in April of 2023. The question is, when did they receive the case? So we don't know that. If it was April of 2023, then it's a 2-year time, not a 5-year or 4-year time. So we need to find out that piece of information when they received the complaint. So,
well, there was a big article in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution by Mark Nisi that goes on and on about the state election board sitting on cases or not hearing cases and not bringing cases. And this room needs to know that it is not the state election board. And that brings me to the point of other questions of who decides when a case is being presented to the state election board. Maybe we should have this discussion right now, because this is a felony violation and this poor voter passed away before it could be investigated. So we're saying to dismiss it, which is, of course, what we must do. But the question is, how many other significant felony violations are we, the state election board, not being presented or not hearing at this time?
is that a statement or a question?
It's a question. I would like to know today, right now, how many felony violations are sitting at the Secretary of State's office that we are not aware of or not being addressed. I don't have a list of the complaints to know if we need to, which felony cases are most important and should be presented. Yet we're looking at cases that we're dismissing. We're hearing cases about somebody taking a picture in a polling place, and we're not properly addressing, serious double voting cases, just like Mr. Nisi reported in his newspaper article.
Well, I don't know if that information is available right here, right now that you've asked for, but
do you have a log of the cases that the Secretary of State holds that we do not have?
no.
Why don't we have a log of all of the cases that are pending for the state election board?
I don't have an answer to that.
Wasn't there a specific number of cases mentioned in the article?
I believe it was in excess of 300.
Who did that number come from? Mr. Nisi, do you mind answering who, I mean, did that just is it a random number, or who, somebody has a list of the cases? You have it, we don't, but you do.
Mr. Nisi, where did you get your information about how many cases were pending and ready to be heard that the state election board is not hearing?
That I want to respond, and you need to please introduce yourself and press your button so that we could.
All right, I'm a little reluctant to be a participant in the meeting, but the article speaks for itself. I talked with the chairman. I texted several members of the board. I talked with the Secretary of State's office. I talked with the Attorney General's office. Those are the sources of the information. They are listed in the article.
Did you verify the source of your information? Did you verify that those cases are really there? Or did you just take somebody's word for it?
Did I verify that there are actually 315 cases pending with the state election board?
Mr. Nisi, did you see a list of the cases that are pending and ready to be heard?
I do not have a complete list of cases pending and ready to be heard. That was told to me by both the chairman and the Secretary of State's office.
Mr. Chairman, where did you get your information about the number of cases that are ready to be heard?
From the Secretary of State.
Where's the Secretary of State? I guess Ms. Koth, or Ms. Koth, the chief investigator. Do you have a list of the cases that are ready to be heard?
Yes.
Why have they not been provided to us?
They could be. You guys have the complaint log. So most of those cases are on that complaint log. So you do have a list of a lot of the cases.
Most of the cases or all of the cases?
I do not have a
list of all the
complaint
cases.
log.
Your agency had it.
Mr. Chairman, do you have this list?
I don't have the list with me, no, I don't.
But no, I'm saying not, but doesn't have to be with you, but do you possess it at anywhere?
No, I do not have that list. The list is housed with a complaint log. I don't have access to the complaint log.
You don't have access to the complaint log.
Well,
I do not have access to the complaint log.
Pardon me?
Does the executive director have access to the complaint log?
No, ma'am.
So who in the
Does
agency?
member Gazal have access to the complaint log? Does member King have access to the complaint log?
No, ma'am.
So we're operating in the dark, but Mr. Verveer gives information to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution of so many cases that are ready to be heard, and we don't know anything about it. And we can't look at this case log. We're not prioritizing the case log. We should be hearing the most important cases. We should be hearing the cases that are suggested that there is actually a real violation, a felony violation. And yet we're being blamed by Charlene McGowan at the Secretary of State, according to this article, and Mr. John Verveer, the chairman of our board, for lagging in hearing cases.
You know, Dr. Johnson, I find it odd that you take this moment to bring that up. This article came out a while ago, and you've yet to ask to see a copy of the complaint log. You've yet to ask where it is. You've yet to ask to have access to it. And yet you stand here today and make these accusations without doing anything prior to this meeting. I mean, I have to understand what your motivation is here.
I've been asking for information through you to the Secretary of State for 3 years now, and I have been met with no, more often than not. So, your words, fail to impress me that I am lacking in some way. I have asked for information from the get-go, including information on Firefly, including the list of board of elections that Ms. McGowan at the Secretary of State did not provide until under duress to the state election board. This is amazing to me that the state election board, and you're helping promoting the notion that the state election board is not performing its duties. And you seem to be doing your best to discredit the state election board.
That's absolutely not true. I was asked the question why those cases were not heard last year, and I responded because this board got sidetracked with rules and a lot of other things. We heard 115 cases last year. I was asked how many cases are outstanding. I asked the Secretary of State, and they said approximately 315. I gave that information. That's all information I provided.
Well, how can you say approximately 315 when you don't have the list?
That's the information I was given by the Secretary of State. You have not done any. Show me one email that you've sent to me asking for that information, or to the executive director. You say you've asked for this stuff. Show me. Where's the email asking for that information from the executive director? Where's the email asking for that information from me? Where's the email asking Secretary of State for that?
The email is asking our executive director to have access to the case files and not allowed that. The email is from Alex Harden, our prior paralegal, our only employee at the time, who was cut off from access to the investigative files. There's no shortage of emails and requests to have access to information that the state election board should have. And yet you take every opportunity to criticize and discredit and actually feed it to the media, Mr. Nisi, to write yet another article that is critical about the state election board.
That's just absolutely not true. It's just absolutely not true. And I'm asked questions, I answer the questions to the best of my knowledge. I mean, you want to sit here and try and discredit me, go ahead, do what you want to do. But let's talk about factual stuff and not all these allegations that you're making that aren't backed up in fact. Show the emails, Dr. Johnson, show the emails where you've requested all that from me or from the executive director or from the secretary of state. Show the emails. You want to make all these allegations, you don't back them up with fact. Back them up with fact.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Executive Director, you are not involved in discussions between the board.
Mr. Chairman,
It's,
the law says that I am involved in the discussion of the board. In fact, if you read it, it says I'm an ex officio member and it limits me from doing two things. Number one, I can't make a quorum. Number two, I can't vote. Now, when you specify in state law that an ex officio member cannot do two specific things, that means they can do every other thing. So I take issue with your comment now.
fine, proceed.
I'm to proceed
Just a
with my.
moment, Members Gall, go ahead.
Okay, I was in meetings where the vice chair asked you some of these questions. In a pre-meeting, I have also, I don't know, I'm trying to grasp this process. Help me. We have an agenda of cases here. How did these specific cases get picked?
Which cases were presented by the Secretary of State as being ready for hearing?
Presented to who?
To me.
To you. Did you invite anybody else to that pre-meeting?
No,
Now, the pre-meeting before, were people invited to that?
that was a single pre-meeting, yes, but all pre-meetings prior to that were between the chairman and the Secretary of State's office investigators. That had been the matter of course.
Who was invited to the last pre-meeting before this one that you had all along and you eliminated your entire agency except for you?
Well, I didn't invite anybody. They asked if they could attend and I said yes, but I did not send out invitations to anybody.
I didn't say you sent out invitations.
Well,
Don't deflect.
I didn't invite them.
Please answer the question. Who did the pre-meeting prior to that meeting, who came to it?
Who attended it? You attended, Dr. Johnson attended, the investigators attended. I did not invite anybody to that meeting. You asked if you could attend. I said, yes, you can attend.
I was invited.
Every other meeting prior to that I had with the Secretary of State's office was between myself and Secretary of State's
Well,
investigators.
it's a minor point. The bigger point to me is this: who is picking these cases? It seems to me that the SEB board should be deciding whether it's you or whether it's the vice chair together or whether it's, but to have someone else choose what comes to the board, and the board is sitting here asking for a list that's been talked about, but nobody is yet to see the list to even know if it exists. I'm sure it exists, but I think the board should be able to see if the cases are ready. And maybe that's a question, for Ms. Koff. Can you report to the board now how many cases are ready, or approximately? I'm
sorry, was that for me? What was it?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
question?
Can you tell us approximately how many cases are ready to be voted on? Approximately.
Between 315, 320-ish, somewhere around there.
Okay, so does that mean the ROIs have already been done?
Yes, they're finished.
Okay, so could we get copies of all the ROIs so the board members could start looking at those if they chose to? And then if they wanted, they could pick and choose what cases they wanted to put on the agenda?
Yes, you can pick your own cases if that's what you'd like to do.
Well, it just, I mean, I'm only asking the question because I don't know the process. I don't know who picked these. As I understand what the chair just said, I understood you to say that SOS picked these cases and said, these are the cases we want to present.
That's correct.
Okay.
The system we've been doing in past is to try to do them either thematic or by county. So counties aren't coming here every other month and paying for attorneys and people like that. So we try to do them by either geography or thematic. to try to be cognizant of other people's times.
Is there a priority given to, for example, felony, worse violations? I would think everybody on this board, I would think we would all agree, we want to deal with the worst violations quickest. Slow justice is no justice, especially with election laws.
Well, some people thought that doing the earlier, the more recent cases was better, so you would have a statute of limitations compared to ones that have been sitting there longer. So I mean, there are many ways you can pick these cases.
But to be clear, SOS, y'all have been picking the cases and presenting them to the chair.
I have been doing that, yes.
Okay. And if we want to change that, if the board so desired to say, hey, we would like to see all the ROIs, is that something that can be done?
Yes.
Okay, then that would be a decision of the board.
To circle back to this case, though, Tennessee is not part of Eric, so we would not have been notified by Eric if we were still discussing this case.
I think that the point of, sorry, thank you. I think the point of all of this is that once again, you know, we tend to find out things with the public. You know, we read an article that's either sent to us, or we wake up to an article that talks about things that we haven't even seen as board members. And it's a little confusing because we're always wondering, where does this come from? Unfortunately, but also fortunately, because it is, you know, be due to transparency, but we can't communicate as a board outside of the public. So oftentimes we're left to calling up one person saying, hey, did you know about this? Or did you know about this? And who has what? And all of that. So yeah, this is the time to address these matters. Number one, publicly, so that you can get the truth. But then secondly, so that we can have a group discussion, which we are not allowed to have outside of the public view. That being said, I do think that, and when it's appropriate, I would like to make a motion that we do get a copy of the ROIs for all of the remaining cases, because I do think it's appropriate to look at which cases are more, I would say, I guess I would say, because I don't want to accuse, you know, these people are innocent until proven guilty, but the cases that could suggest higher improprieties than others, I do think we should look at those. So at the appropriate time, I'll make that.
Okay. That was all you had comment you want to make?
Yes, Chief Investigator Koff had mentioned that the agency does have access to the index, and I was just going to ask if you would follow up after we break or after the meeting to ensure that, since there has been so much turnover within our agency, that the access to those indices is ensured with our staff, with the case intake system.
The complaint log, is that what you mean?
That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, I had even emailed the latest copy. I think it was again to last month to
Thank you.
your staff.
Is this through SharePoint?
It was emailed.
Email?
Mhm.
Through Chair, to make the point, the article in the newspaper about Mr. Nisi starts off with a huge backlog of cases of the state election board has prevented timely prosecution. I would like to share with this group today that over a year and a half ago, I requested of Ms. McGowan at the Secretary of State's office a list from Eric of all possible double voters, and Ms. McGowan replied that she was unable to provide that list for me because it was proprietary and being investigated. Now, how would this board know or be able to prioritize double voting cases? And this article suggests that the Secretary of State had to go around the state election board and refer these cases to various district attorneys. Now, wouldn't the state election board need to be informed and also approve the immediate referral to district attorneys for possible double voting cases? And who investigated those double voters? We don't even know. And yet it is our duty to investigate or have the Secretary of State's officers investigate. Why are we so uninformed by the Secretary of State's office? Mr. Chair.
So I can't respond on behalf of the Secretary of State's office.
This is a very unflattering newspaper article, and it's not true.
Mr. Chair, I have a procedural question, and that would be, but because it seems that from an outsider looking on and trying to grasp with what we're dealing with here, it seems that 315 cases are backlogged with, it's been reported that they're backlogged with the SEB. However, they're held in the SOS office. And since I have come on board, I have repeatedly said, let's vote the cases, let's vote the cases, let's move the cases. And I have even said to you privately and in other interactions, hey, let's get as many cases as we can. I mean, one of the reasons why we're dealing with a lot of photograph cases today is because those are kind of no-brainers in a lot of cases. And frankly, I think this board wants to move a lot of cases. And we want to work with the SOS to move a lot of cases. But when nobody's involved in the picking process, except for you, Mr. Chairman, it takes this board out of the process. And all we're saying is just let us in. We can all work together and do this. I know you want the cases voted. I think you do. And I do too. We all do. So let's figure out a way to move these cases, to get them voted. And I would say it's some sort of process that the board develops on prioritizing the cases that are the most egregious, because I would think you'd want to deal with those first.
Well, I'm not the only one involved in the picking process. I'm not involved in the picking process. The cases are presented to me for review. I haven't picked those cases, so that's a little bit incorrect. And you're right. I mean, if this board wants to go down the road of us picking the cases, certainly that's our ability to do that if we want to do that. So
as executive director, let me encourage somebody on this board to get involved in the picking of the cases processes, because it will help all of us, I think. And let me apologize to Sarah. We're not here to attack you in the least. We all care about voting. That's why everybody's in this room. I think we can move a lot of these cases. I think the board is on the right track. I mean, you just dismissed, I don't know the total number, but I mean, I'm thrilled to see the board do that. Dismiss a bulk of cases at once. And that can be done, I'm sure, with other cases, but not if we don't know what the cases are. And so what we're saying, Sarah, is if our administrative staff can even have access, they can put names, addresses in the computer. That will make the process flow better. We won't have our backs up against the wall all the time, feeling that, hey, we've got to get this out, this certain day notice that we try to strive toward. It will help us all. And I hope that you will please understand, we're not here to attack the SOS. I actually invited Charlene McGowan to this meeting, and she couldn't come. She has a standing invitation, I think, from this board if they want to come. We want to move these cases. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm done with my comments on this, and let's vote some cases.
Investigator Koth, can you download the open case log onto a flash drive and provide it to our administrative assistant?
I will bring the files to your office, and then your office can make the case list for the agendas. I think that's probably the best plan. So
You'll just provide the file to our
yes,
to our executive director, then they'll move forward with that. So this board move forward with. Any further discussions?
One further point, I do not understand why in this newspaper article by Mr. Nisi that Eric found double voter cases, 84 voters from the 2020 and 22 election. Why this report was not given to the state election board of the investigations as soon as the investigations were done, and why it took, it's now 2025. It's 3 years later, and this is being reported by Ms. McGowan as we went ahead and referred this, which is great because that's a felony violation. Rather than waiting on the state election board during this time, the backlog has continued to build. So there's this little narrative that's sort of going round and round and round about backlog of cases of the state election board. Yet we only are here to hear the cases and really don't know what the cases are. We don't have any input on how many are really heard or prioritized. And yet we're getting the negative backlash of this backlog narrative. The media and the Secretary of State and perhaps the Attorney General's office. I have nothing more to say, Mr. Chair.
Any further comments?
Can I make my motion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Do I need to make a motion that?
Well, we need to deal with this case first. Let's deal with this.
Oh, just do this case. Okay, I
Yep.
make the motion that we dismiss this case.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to dismiss case SCB 2023-027 Murray County double voter. Any further discussion? Any no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. The case is dismissed 3-0. Member King, you had a motion you wanted to make?
Yeah, I don't know if I need to, do I need to make a motion that we get that list or?
I've already arranged for that to occur.
All right, we're
You
good.
should have it. If you don't have it, if we don't have it by the end of tomorrow, then let me know and
It's good.
if we don't have it by the end of tomorrow, we'll make a motion 4 out and do it. How about that?
Motion.
This case on the agenda is CB 2024-129 Franklin County discarded ballot. Mr. Boyce is here too. If you just press your button, Mr. Boyce, when we call on you, I'll acknowledge you. That is tab 12, yes. I'm sorry, no. Now we got to go to the podium. Go ahead. Yes.
So this is a case that coincidentally enough, I corresponded with the investigator and we were gonna continue this case as it were anyway, because of, similar to what the gentleman said this morning, in looking at this case more intently last night, actually, I recognized that there's further investigation that needed to be done. I had a discussion with Chief Koth about it this morning. And so when he got up and said that, that was kind of prescient, as it were. And so we're prepared to continue this case. And looking into the complaint, I know that the original individual who allegedly witnessed this incident, Mr. Darren Cornoodle, was somewhat uncooperative with our investigator. However, there are other avenues, and Mr. Joyce, I think it is, we'll have Boyce, we'll have the investigator reach out to you to gather that further information, and we'll continue this case.
Well, the board would need to vote to continue it. Since it's for hearing today, Mr. Boyce has traveled a long distance and needs to be heard today. Are there any questions for the investigator before we call on Mr. Boyce?
I did have a couple of questions, but
Yeah, sure.
be answered through Mr. Boyce's comments, so I'll hold it to
Okay,
after.
any other questions for the investigator? Mr. Boyce, would you please introduce yourself for the court reporter?
Jason Boyce from Franklin County, Georgia. And only a couple more things to mention. There's a lot going on in Franklin County, and I know the election board knows about it, or at least some of it. And I do believe it has been rumored that the person involved that actually found 111 unopened absentee ballots in the dumpster at the Franklin County dump did in fact have other actual evidence. And so when he recounted his testimony, it's now come out that he recounted his testimony. I don't think he did it without a little pressure.
Okay. Did you? Yeah, well, I have a few questions about it. Okay. Question. So during the investigation, as I was reading through it, it stated that the gentleman said that he had a picture of the ballots, and then he said that he did not have the picture. He deleted the picture. And then I think he came back and said that he does have the picture.
Yes.
Were you at any point in time, were you able to obtain the phone to look for yourself?
No, he totally shut down any communication, any further communication with the investigator.
Was it possible to subpoena the phone so that you can see it for yourself? Or just, or maybe I don't know if I'm using the right word, but just, a request to see that phone and just to make sure?
Yeah, one of the things that when I looked at this case is that there's a potential that we can have another investigator try to reach out to him, or that investigator try to reach out to him as some time has passed. One of the things that I looked at when I reviewed this case again is that it happened 2 years ago, unfortunately. So I was looking at video possibilities, but now we're talking about 2 years down the line, because it looks like Mr. Kernoodle didn't report this until 2 years, it looks like, after it occurred, potentially. So that's one of the challenges, because it dealt with the 2022 federal election. So obviously here we are much later. So that's one of the things that we looked at. We also, as it relates to Franklin County, to see, because obviously if there's 113 ballots that have been discarded, you would think that some citizens would come forward and say, hey, I checked my voter record and, I don't have a vote. That's not the case. Last night, as a matter of fact, I looked at our SharePoint for complaints from Franklin County as it related to this type of thing, and we have no complaints whatsoever. But we are going to reach out to the county just to see, did somebody just come by and complain? Did you all get the information? Because not everybody who complains to the county goes through the process of filing a complaint with the SOS or the SEB.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people just assume too. I don't know. I know I don't regularly check to see my record. I probably should, but I do think that some people may have assumed that it counted because they mailed it in and they did their part of the process. Also, I know you mentioned the camera. And so have you reached out to I think this is a recycling center, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach out to them to see if they still have the footage?
That's what we're doing right now. I sent the email, as a matter of fact, last night when I went back through the case. And that's one of the things that we do too with cases, even though it's pending presentation, sometimes it can be 6-7 months down the line. So when we re-review stuff, we realize, hey, you know what, this could be done. This can be done. So even though it's in that completed state, if it was submitted a year ago, now there's fresh information potentially. There's other things that maybe the first or the second review didn't catch that we can do. And then that's why we're always trying to make sure that the cases are as current as possible. And sometimes, we're up to the night before trying to gather information that could potentially be asked.
And thank you for doing that. I agree with Mr. Boyce. I had some concerns reading this because it did appear as though the gentleman who said that he saw this was cooperating, and then all of a sudden he just no longer wanted to cooperate. And that's a bit concerning for me. So I was trying to think of ways in which we can still find out if what he saw happened without necessarily having to depend on him because due to the fact that it does seem like he may be a little skittish about it and where we are right now. And I thought obtaining the phone is one, looking for ourselves to see if the image is actually in the phone. And then there are ways to retrieve deleted messages as well. So going that route to retrieve those deleted messages. And then lastly, cameras, seeing if we have images. Those are my three suggestions.
Mr. Chairman, may I make another comment?
Absolutely.
We got to be a little careful here because this whistleblower was never protected.
Yeah.
And he is no longer working for the county. I interviewed him twice. I have not heard back from the state, Secretary of State's office for a year. They don't return my emails. We have to be real careful here because in Franklin County, the fox is watching the hen house. So who you talk to makes a difference. In Franklin County, we can't get information from our elections department because everything now has to go through our county attorney. Everything. If we do an open records request, they get it immediately. We're in really crazy shape. And this is a federal crime. Because if those ballots were in fact there in the recycle center, they were there before the 22-month federal law was up. Also, if in fact they were there, how come they weren't there when the recycle center closed at night, but they were there the next morning? So somebody brought them in with a key. I have explained this to multiple people in our county. Now I'm here. And there's much more if you'd like to speak with me privately. But that's all I really want to say in public.
Yeah, it does state that they were dumped between 5 and 7 a.m. by someone who had access to the recycling center, which I think is, to his point, we do have to be careful. Again, I don't want to put anyone in danger, which I would hope no one would be in danger. However, I agree, we definitely need to continue looking into this.
Further questions or comments from the board? Chair would entertain a motion at this time.
I move we continue the case.
We have a motion to continue the case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to continue case SEB 2024-129. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Yeah. So. The chair would entertain a motion for a comfort break at this time.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So moved. We will take a 10-minute comfort break. We'll return here at 10:50. Thank you. Welcome back. We're going to move into the portion of our agenda labeled as potential violation cases. I've had a request to move a couple of cases up, and we will accommodate those really quickly. So the first case that we will hear is SEB 2024-230. Let me see here.
One President, land, on my page, would like us to be.
Hang on a second. That 2024-230 is Fulton County illegal photographs of ballots. If you don't have a speaker there, do you? Yeah, please. It's tab 46. Press the button at your microphone, please. Ready for the investigator when he is ready.
Okay. So this is a case involving Fulton County regarding illegal photographs of ballots. The respondent, Timothy V. Monks, voted at the OC Library in Johns Creek, recorded himself doing it, later posted the footage on social media. The investigator was able to track down the respondent, speak with him. He admitted to posting the footage and said that it was his constitutional right to film. And he also said that he did not indicate, or I'm sorry, he indicated that he did not agree with the law prohibiting filming in a polling place. So based on the investigation, we found significant evidence to substantiate this case. And it was for OCGA 21-2-413E.
You say you found evidence to dismiss the case?
No, so
Oh, I'm sorry. Misheard you. So you found the respondent admitted to taking the video and posting the video online?
Yes, it was on
And-
an Instagram page.
And a screen recording of the video was taken from the respondent's Instagram page for evidence, right?
Yeah.
Photographic evidence of it being posted online. Correct.
Yes, there should be a.
That's under investigative findings there.
Yep.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for the investigator?
No, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
no question. Mr. Chairman, do you have a copy of this letter? I think privately we should read that. Here we go.
Yep.
Without mentioning
Yep.
what's in it.
Well, Mr. Johnson.
Do.
For Mr. Monk? Okay.
Any questions for the investigator? Oh, we have a respondent here.
We are, but certainly good sidebar. I know it's not for law, I'm used to this, but given this sensitive nature of the material I provided the board, of like not many to approach and possibly just
I think that the board has read the letter and it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
The letter itself, and I don't like to do anything outside of the public view.
Unless there's anything additional you would like to add, but if it's just kind of tying this up, it's,
Our position with investigative law, times, well aware of that, things are in a much different place now. I can tell you that we recognize time when that period of time is taking place, is doing very, very well in answering the court. His parents are in the courtroom and he's doing very, very well. And I ultimately would just like to say, this particular situation, I don't think there was any intent, at least not legal intent. I don't think it could have been formed at that period of time. And that's how I'll leave it with the board based on the information we provide.
okay.
Any further questions from the board, Dr. Johnson?
My only question is, was there any intent to sell the vote?
To sell the vote?
Yes.
No,
Mr. Monks received money for
no, not at all.
voting a certain way, or?
No, at the time, he was under the illusion that
That's all right.
votes weren't all being-
That's all right.
You don't have to go.
No questions.
Any further questions from the board? Chair would entertain a motion on SCB 2024-230.
Make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-230. You understand a letter of instruction is simply a letter detailing what occurred and what should have occurred. So, okay. Any further discussion? Any further
Mr. Chairman,
discussion?
if I may, I just wanted to thank Mr. Monks and his attorney for coming and providing such a thorough response and cooperating with investigators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was very helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
But we haven't voted yet. Don't you want to hear the vote? You can leave if you want to, but you might be left wanting at that point, so.
Yeah.
Motion and second to issue a letter of instruction on this case. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-230 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction will be issued.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter, when I start speaking too fast, throw something at me, so I'll slow down.
We'll get out.
The next case that we're going to share is SCB 2024-187. That is tab number 49. Uh, 2024-187. Sorry.
Thank you. This complaint has two allegations. There were two different voters that took a photo while at the precinct of North Fulton Service Precinct. Both respondents were approached by the polling staff and advised that no cell phones were allowed. Both respondents acquiesced this and deleted the photos from their mobile phones. Possible violation of OCGA 21-2-568.2.
Respondents on the complaint.
Fernando, Fletcher, and there was another one?
No, this was a Mira, Dormany, and Minor.
It's three.
33 response, yeah.
She said
Hang on.
two.
I said two. Hang on. I had highlighted two. Let me see what the third one was. Oh, I did miss one. I'm sorry. So the first complaint had to do with Mira, and they deleted their photo from the mobile phone. And then there was Walker. That's the one I had skipped. I apologize. He had his phone up, but he didn't remember if he had taken a photo of his ballot. Mr. Dormany never provided a statement after conducting a follow-up investigation from him. The third complaint was from minor. Was approached by the security guard that was there, the captain from the police department, and he also deleted the photo. He had taken a picture of his son and had left the building.
Right. On the second complaint, Ms. Walker was the assistant manager and the respondent is
Yes.
Mr. Dormany. Okay.
I had-
Just to be clear.
I had two different cases on my sheet.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. So we have potential violations for Fernando Fletcher and Gary Minor. 21-568.2. They also had written the 21-413 subsection E, but I think those are probably both the same. So, I mean, they can be either or.
Chris.
Just to reiterate, all three of these respondents deleted the photos when they were at the polling places when they were instructed to do so by polling officials. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
It seems to me the differentiation between these three is that Mr. Dormany, when he deleted his photo, became irate and threatened to call Fox News. Trying to receive multiple pictures of ballots from his friends. That's a really different thing. Okay. Any further questions or comments from the board? Let's deal with the first one, Mr. Mirror. Fernando Mirror, is he here? One. Any questions relating to Mr. Mirror? Would the chair would entertain a motion on Mr. Mirror?
We issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction, Mr. Mirror.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction will be issued to Fernando Mira. The second person is Fletcher Dormany. Is Mr. Dormany here? Mr. Dormany's not here. Any questions or comments related to Mr. Dormany? Chair, do you entertain a motion on Mr. Dormany?
Make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on Mr. Dormany. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction will be issued to Mr. Dormany. The third is Gary Minor. Is Mr. Minor here? Mr. Minor? You have some comments you'd like to make?
Sir.
Please, go. Please make your comments.
Well, I did a notarized, very detailed, disclosure that should be in your possession.
Yes.
If you have questions about it, I'll be able to answer. I'll just be repeating myself.
Why don't you go ahead and. Yeah. Did you press your button? Okay.
Sure.
Why don't you go ahead and just give us a brief. Just give us a brief description of what occurred and what you.
Okay, I took my son, his first election, to the annex, Norfolk Annex. Went there in the morning. I had already voted. He checked in, went to the ballot kiosk, and I stepped in. And it was a big, great photo office. And his mom, but my line of sight was the end, when I said end cap of the group. Yeah, so there's no machinery, no ballots, nothing that was supposed to be in the sidewall, personnel. You, no other voters. He was the only one. The picture walked out So today you get that big. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
So I had an idea. My name been signed, and I didn't take notes, with how fluid everybody is with photographs nowadays. So he said, well, I'm gonna have to ask you to delete it. So fine, watch me do it. And I did that. And then this female associate came over and said, well, it was probably still on the icon. And she said, I have to leave out the icon. We went through that process. And so it was gone permanently. Obviously didn't have time to put up social networks of any type. And it would left the premises. I was contacted 6 months later by an investigator out of the blue, and then began the process of the disclosure and all that. Which again is a matter of record.
You understand going forward that the picture is not allowed in the voting area, correct?
Sorry.
You understand going forward that pictures are not allowed, photographs are not allowed in the voting area, correct?
I would say I got that message like.
Any questions for Mr. Gorman?
You're Mr. Minor, right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes,
So,
Mr. Minor.
Mr. Minor, photographs are not allowed while voting is taking place. However, there is an exception if the poll manager grants access to take a photo, not of the ballot, but if in the voting place, such as for, I don't know, a media presentation or a newspaper article, or maybe somebody casting their first vote. The point of not taking photographs is so that you don't photograph your ballot and then walk out of the polling place and receive money by showing that photograph to someone that you voted for a certain candidate. The point of not photographing ballots is to not allow the selling or buying of votes. That's the point of that. But we're our phones are just ubiquitous in our lives, and we take photos all the time. But
Question.
different day, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. I just wasn't aware of it, wasn't even thinking that it would be an issue, but after the fact, made all the sense in the world.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Minor? Chair, to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction, Mr. Minor. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of instruction will be issued to Mr. Minor. Mr. Minor, you understand what a letter of instruction is, right? You understand what a letter of instruction is, correct?
Not really.
It's just a letter that we send out that tell you exactly what the allegation was and why it's wrong, and recommend that you don't do that again. So,
No, make it even more clear.
great. Thank you, Mr. Minor. Have a safe trip back.
Thanks, Jim.
Or you can stay and watch the rest of the day if you want to.
If I didn't have a PT class to go to, I probably.
This might be less painful or more painful. It might be more. It might be more. That's right. We'll get back on schedule. The first case that we will hear is SCB 2024-049, Elbert County, City of Bowman fraudulent petition filing. That's number 23 in your binder.
SCB 2024-049. It's a two-part complaint. The first was alleging that the recall petition chairperson did not provide the accurate reason to the petitioners when requesting signatures on the application and petition for recall. The complainant advised that two petitioners had requested that their names be removed from the petition once they realized that the petition was for two council members to be recalled. The allegation is unsubstantiated, as both complainants advised that they did not read the top of the petition where the facts upon which this recall is based are as follows, nor the section indicating that if enough electors sign the petition, there will be an election at which a majority of the electors voting therein will determine whether the above named official will be removed from office. The recall applications and recall petitions had a brief statement of facts supporting the chairperson's rounds for recall. Part 2 alleged that an affidavit of circulation was not filed with the election superintendent nor with the Elbert County election supervisor before the recall application and petition were circulating. This allegation is unsubstantiated as both the recall applications and recall petitions, even numbered pages, contained a signed and notarized affidavit of circulator as required by OCGA 2145 subsection B1EI. However, during the course of the investigation, it was determined that the City of Bowman election superintendent did not issue the recall application as required by OCGA 2145 subsection B2 when she requested the assistance of the Elbert County Board of Elections to assist. It was also discovered that the City of Bowman election superintendent did not immediately notify in writing to the public officers, Councilwoman Carey and Councilwoman Maxwell, that a recall application had been issued as required by OCGA 2145 subsection B2. As the first written notification was sent by the City of Bowman City Attorney Doug Kidd on February 14th, 2024, 12 days after issuance, and also after the recall application had been submitted and the sponsor names verified. The Elbert County Superior Court also issued a call for an unauthorized recall election, and the judge granted the petition for interlocutory injunction and enjoins the City of Bowman from conducting the May 7th, 2024 recall election. Sufficient evidence to suggest that the individual listed below, Savannah Ivester, the City of Bowman election superintendent, failed to issue the recall application and failed to immediately notify the public officers named for the recall. Potential violation of OCGA 2145 subsection B2.
Questions for the investigator? Well, Miss Savannah Ivester is listed as respondent. Is Ms. Ivester here?
Chairman.
Yes.
My name is Adam Nelson. I serve as the city attorney for the City of Bowman. I do not represent Ms. Ivester, but we did want to be present today. Ms. Ivester is no longer an employee of the City of Bowman, partially related to the facts that were presented in the investigator's report. I don't know that we've had any contact with Ms. Ivester, but to the extent that the City of Bowman takes these allegations seriously, they asked for me to be here to present to the board. And moving forward, we've at least corrected the problem with the issues that were raised. A successful recall took place of the subject matter of those within the last year. So I believe those issues have been fixed, but we did want to obviously respect this body and tell everybody that we appreciate the opportunity to speak. But with respect to Ms. Ivester, she's no longer a part of the City of Bowman.
Has the city done anything to prevent this from happening again?
Instruction was given to Ms. Ivester, but it ultimately ended her termination. So she is no longer serving as the city clerk. There is a new city clerk who was actually on your docket this morning with one of the cases that was dismissed, obviously as a result of an investigation from Secretary of State's office. She was cleared. I'm hoping that is indicative that the problems have been fixed.
Mr. Chairman. Is the city going to continue conducting its own elections and including the upcoming municipal elections, or have you contracted with the county to assist?
They are still doing their own elections. I don't mind saying, but I think there's a big boat we can all get into with the Elbert County Board of Elections. And I think there are conversations been had, but nothing, no presented IGAs or anything along those lines yet.
I will say recall petitions are sort of obscure and granular, and those sorts of unusual activities require great care. So as the city attorney, there's a heavy responsibility on you. So I hope you obviously do recognize that by coming here and representing the city. And I appreciate that.
Well, I don't know if it's in the air, but my office has handled about 4 in the last. I represent several counties and cities in Georgia. I'm not pitching to be an expert in the recall actions, but I appreciate those comments, and I want to thank the Secretary of State's office to the extent that we've reached out for information regarding that process. They've been helpful.
I will take the opportunity to make sure that any county or municipal officials who may be watching this online, these are peculiar creatures, and they have some very specific requirements. And I hope that folks are consulting with their attorneys and that the attorneys are finding enough support from the Secretary of State, which it sounds like you had here. So thank you.
I concur with Ms. Gazal.
Any further questions from the board? The chair entertains a motion that appears potential violation is violated OCGA 21-4-5B2. The chair entertain a motion.
I would move that we issue a letter of reprimand to the only respondent, who is Ms. Ivester. She is no longer part of the city. She's no longer city clerk, but it was a serious enough violation that it had to involve the court system. And so I want to make sure that we are addressing this with the gravity that I believe it deserves.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand on SCB 2024-049. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
No, motion carries 2-1. Letter of reprimand will be issued. Thank you, sir. So on the agenda is SCB 2023-088 Wilkes County, City of Washington legal campaigning from November 2023. It's tab number 24 in your binder.
This case is about a mayoral candidate who potentially had campaign misconduct. The allegation that respondent Paris displayed campaign materials within the 150-foot boundary was substantiated. The investigation identified 3 witnesses who observed the respondent park a motorized cart within 150 feet of a polling site on which there was at least 1 campaign sign displayed. A manual measurement was taken by Wilkes County election officials to confirm that the vehicle and sign fell within the 150 feet, which was also the same test was done by an investigator. The election officials recalled that the vehicle and sign was located roughly 10 to 15 feet short of that mandatory distance, and that the respondent agreed to move the vehicle and sign 1 or 2 parking spaces further away so it would be beyond the 150-foot requirement. The allegation that the respondent, while being a candidate on the ballot, physically entered a polling place during active voting hours for reasons other than casting his ballot was substantiated. The investigation identified witnesses who observed the respondent's presence at 2 different polling locations while the polls were open on election day. The 2 witnesses who stated they observed the respondent physically enter the voting place within the Wilkes County Courthouse and inquired from poll workers about voter turnout. There is evidence to suggest that the respondent, Kenneth Paris, violated OCGA 21-414 subsection A and D when he displayed the campaign sign within 150 feet and then entered the polling locations without voting.
Any questions from the board for the investigator? Respondent in this case is Kenneth Paris. Is Mr. Paris here? Mr. Paris, would you like to address the allegations?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it mic on?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to.
Would you identify yourself for the court reporter, please?
Say it again.
Identify yourself for the court reporter, please.
My name is Ken Harris from Washington, Georgia. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to address the allegations of the Secretary of State investigator, Michael Dougherty, presented in his report. I tried to obtain a copy of this report so that I can review the specific information and evidence that he presented and compile suggesting that I may have violated OCGA 21-2-414A and OCGA 212-414B. Unfortunately, a copy of the full report was not shared with me. And so I only have the brief summary report of the allegations that I received from the election board. So I feel a little bit handicapped this morning in this hearing. And I only remember having one brief short conversation with investigator Michael Dougherty over a year and a half ago. And I don't remember discussing much of the foundation he references in the summary of his report that I was provided. Given that I didn't have access to the full report, information I have prepared may not yet address all that is in his report, but I do believe the information I present will demonstrate that I did not knowingly or willfully commit campaign violations. The information about the violations that she stated are one, that as a mayoral candidate, I parked a motorized vehicle within 150 feet of the polling site, and the second, that I physically entered a polling place. On the first day of early voting in October 2023, Washington City Council candidate Kimberly Court came to the downtown square. She had materials and yard signs to hand out to voters. After being there for about a half an hour, a man pulled up from the courthouse and got out of his truck. Early voting had just started around to the side of the courthouse building, down below in the basement where those offices are. According to Ms. Court, the man stared and scowled at her for a long time. He then went into the courthouse and summoned Wilkes County Registrar and Election Supervisor Henry Crew. Within minutes, Henry Crew came out of the election office and the polling place with a measuring wheel device, and he measured and reached a place where there was a 150-foot boundary. Henry Crew went back to where the man was standing by his truck and had a conversation with him. And after that, the man got in his truck and left. And then Henry Crew came over to Kimberly Court and said, "You have been reported. I have measured. You are fine where you are. You have not violated an ordinance. Just don't go beyond that spot at the intersection of West Court Street and Spring Street where Great Fires store is located." Kimberly Court shared this conversation with me, both to convey the intimidation tactics that continue to be used against her and her campaign, and to share the specific location of the 150-foot boundary that Henry Crew had established. The location from that was clear. Now, I did ask Ms. Cohen to provide for you these two exhibits, and I think they're in your information. So if you take a look at the first one, would be number 7 in the bottom right-hand corner. Are we able to find those? You do? Okay, great. So this is a bird's eye view of the courthouse in the square in Washington, Georgia. And you see the red line is a 150-foot pole. That pole comes from the door that goes into the polling place and where the election and registrar's office for the city of Washington and Wilkes County. And then the dotted line that is perpendicular to that would be the 150-foot boundary. Now, the arrow and the photo show where the cart was parked on the morning of the election, 2023. And it was about 15 feet beyond the boundary that had been set. Now, it's a little bit confusing and understandable. Henry Crew was new to his position. And truthfully, all the signs point people to go around the side of the building. That's where you go to vote. So to measure from that doorway, it would have made sense. But on election day, after I parked the gator there, Sparky Newsom, chair of the Wilkes County Election Board, called me and said, a county employee, Beckett Blackman, had gone out and measured the courthouse and told him the gator was 15 feet too close. So I went back to the square and I met with Sparky, and he directed me where to relocate the gator. And he shared with me that what Ms. Blackman had said is that Henry Crew had measured incorrectly, that he had measured from the door of the polling place and not from the front corner of the building. So I moved the gator 15 feet as requested. And the second exhibit shows another bird's eye view, and the red line now has the pull from the front of the building and the 150 feet. And you see where the line would have moved in that case. And then you see the next photo where I moved the gator 15 feet out of the way. As soon as I was notified by Sparky Newsom, I went to the square. So the gator was only parked there probably less than 30 minutes. Because the boundary had been established by the registrar and election supervisor, I don't feel that the gator initially where it was parked should be considered a campaign violation. I do not believe the mistake in the measurement that established an incorrect 150-foot boundary had any impact on voters or on the election. Given the miscommunication that took place and the mistaken 150-foot boundary, and given that I was called and told about a revised boundary, and I went and instantly moved the card, I would respectfully ask that the Board of Elections dismiss this potential violation noted in the Secretary of State investigation and characterized as illegal campaigning. It is my belief that nothing I did that day or any time during my campaign would constitute illegal campaigning. Allegation 2 involves entering the Wilkes County Courthouse and inquiring from poll workers about voter turnout. Witness 1 reportedly said that the candidate entered multiple times, spoke with voters, but was unaware of the substance of the conversation. The second witness reportedly said that the candidate stuck his head in the door and asked poll workers the number of people who had voted. Neither witness heard me soliciting votes from any voter or campaigning inside of a polling place. The second was at the Pope Polling Center location, and it was reportedly said that I was at the location, but there were no witnesses who witnessed me inside the polling place or speaking with staff or voters, though a second witness did say that they saw that I entered the Pope Center, was in the hallway. So this is a big building, but in one part of the building, there is a polling room, but was not in the polling place. Now, I think it's important to share a little bit with you that the city of Washington is a fiercely racially divided community. There are 3 Black council members representing District 1 at large, and there are 3 white city council members representing District 2 at large. Generally, the overwhelming majority of voters in District 1 go to the Pope Center. That's where they vote. The overwhelming majority of white voters go to the courthouse. That's where they vote. And even though 62% of the voters in the city are Black, except for one brief time, the mayor of the city of Washington has always been white. And historically, the mayors always vote with the District 2 council members. So whenever there's an important issue and the tie is 3-3, the mayor votes with the white members to break the tie. As a mayor candidate, I had received the endorsement and support of all District 1 Black city council members. Angela Booker, a candidate for mayor, had withdrawn from the race 2 weeks before Election Day, leaving 2 candidates in the race. Angela Booker was the only Black candidate running for mayor, and after her withdrawal, she endorsed my candidacy. It stands to reason then that I would be the beneficiary of voters who would have otherwise voted for Angela Booker. And there were a number of unusual circumstances that occurred on Election Day in 2023. And I was concerned about these reported improprieties. And I wanted to discuss them with the registrar and the election supervisor, Henry Crew, to find out what's going on. But Henry was unreachable. It turns out he was sick and he had not been there on Monday, and he was not able to be there on Election Day. And so the 2 Board of Election staff were left to prepare for the final election details and manage the election that day. OCGA 21-2-134A2 stipulates that a candidate may withdraw after qualifying, but prior to the date of the general election. If the ballots have been printed, the municipal superintendent may reprint the ballots to omit the name of the withdrawn candidate. Yet the City of Washington Administrator Jerry DeBen, an outspoken supporter of the only other person left in the race, Bruce Bailey, chose not to remove Angela Booker's name from the ballot after she withdrew. OCGA 21-2-134A2 goes on to stipulate then that if the withdrawn candidate name is not removed, quote, prominent notices shall be posted in all polling places, stating that the candidate has withdrawn and that all votes cast for the candidate shall be void. Voters were contacting me on Election Day to say they did not see signs in the polling places to alert other voters of the change, that a vote for Angela Booker would be a voided vote. In addition to this, Archie Acree, who's a supporter of my candidacy and is Black, contacted me late in the morning of Election Day to report that Bruce Bailey, the other candidate's son-in-law, Jordan Stokes, was sitting in his car at the Pope Center, the District 1 polling place, videoing with his phone those who came to vote and those who were giving people rides to the polls. Archie had approached the car where Jordan Stokes was sitting to video him in action, and he captured on video what he was doing. Disturbingly, Archie also captured on video Jordan Stokes pulling out a handgun from between the seat and holding it up for Archie to see. Archie posted this video on his Facebook page. And it was later reported that Bruce Bailey's wife, Tina Bailey, also came and sat in her car at the Pope Center, monitoring those who came and went to vote that day. Voters in District 1 were hearing about this videoing and monitoring, and it was causing some voters to have concern. Many felt it was an intimidation tactic. I was in the courthouse polling place on election day. I went there to vote. And I did speak cordially with staff and others that were there. So this may have been what was observed as stated by witness 1 in Michael Dougherty's report. I didn't discuss anything to do with my campaign. I didn't wear a t-shirt, a hat, a button, or anything that would have indicated I was a candidate. My recollection is I did go back to the courthouse and to the Pope Center once. I was hoping to discuss with Registrar and Election Supervisor why there were not prominent signs to alert voters that only 2 candidates were still active in the mayor's race. My purpose for going to the Pope polling center was also to observe the intimidation of voters that was occurring, either in the parking lot or just inside the building, and to discuss these intimidation tactics with the registrar and the supervisor. In each location, I attempted to find a person substituting as the registrar and the voting supervisor in Henry Cruz's absence. In one instance, I was told that it was Judge Thomas Sharping that day, though I never saw him. And I was aware on the signs around the polling places that no campaigning was to be permitted within 150 feet. I had never run for mayor though, so I was unfamiliar with the nuances of being physically in the polling place. I never saw any signs alerting me that as a candidate, I was not physically to be there. Now in Wilkes County, the election registrar and the Board of Election Supervisor are essentially the same person. And the registrar's office and the election office is in a small sort of connected room in the basement of the courthouse. This is also the room where voting machines are set up on election day. And I had been to those combined offices a few times in the weeks before the election, including during the period of early voting, where I tended to absentee ballot tasks for my college-age daughter. No one from the election offices mentioned or coached me about physically coming to the office to interact with the registrar while the voting machines were open and active and voters could have come in. In citing OCGA 212-241D in Michael Dougherty's report, or the summary I have anyway, it stops short of fully quoting that section. As it continues, no person whose name appears as a candidate on the ballot shall physically enter any polling place other than to cast his ballot, or other to transact business with the Board of Registrars, so long as the person does not violate any other provision in the code section. I was trying to find the registrar and the supervisor of elections about prominent signs not in place regarding Angela Booker and about what seemed to be intimidation tactics to me of Black voters in District 1 at their polling place. I did not wear, display, or distribute any campaign information to any voter or in any way attempt to talk to voters. In fact, I didn't even go in the room where the voting machines were. I in no way campaigned in either polling place. I would respectfully ask that the Board of Elections dismiss these allegations of potential violation noted in the Secretary of State investigation and characterized as illegal campaigning in the case title. It is my belief that nothing I did on election day or at any time in my campaign would be considered illegal campaigning. All the statements I have made today and all the references to another person can be substantiated with a hearing where witnesses can be called if that is desired. And I'd be happy to take any questions the board may have. Thank you for listening to that.
I just have one question about the parking of the vehicle real quick. When you originally parked the vehicle and then they came out and measured it, when you parked that vehicle, did you know that you were 150 feet away from the door at that time? Why did you pick the park where you parked?
Well, as I was saying, Kimberly Cork, who's a city council candidate, had already been to the square and had signs and materials out one day. And she had shared with me very clearly and explicitly when Henry Crew came out and made the measurement from the polling door, where that boundary lied. And it was right at the intersection of West Court Street and Liberty.
So you parked outside of what you thought the boundary was?
I parked beyond the boundary. Correct.
Okay, all right.
The boundary that I understood.
All right. So you purposely parked out that you
Yes.
thought was outside the
Yes.
boundary? Okay.
I will add that there was a situation where I was asked to do a media hit at a precinct and when I got there, they decided to, they basically said that I was too close. And I wasn't even a candidate or anything, but apparently I was still too much. So anyway, but they did measure it from the door. And I remember asking myself, I thought it was from the edge of the building. But I do know that that does happen. It happened to me. But they measured it from the door and, determined that we should move back a little bit. So I do believe that probably is what happened with the other candidate, which is why they established that boundary line. And looking at the images, I can see that it's a small difference. It's not that much of a difference. But I do believe it.
Mr. Paris, is it your
Because hang on a second here.
I'm sorry. Mr. Paris, is it your representation that every time you went into a polling location, it was specifically to try to meet or discuss issues with a board member, one of the county superintendent?
Well, as I mentioned, there was a time in early voting, I was in there with the absentee ballot for my daughter.
Yes, either
The
voting.
other time I voted, and then the other times, the only other times that I was there, I was specifically there to try to find the registrar and the voting supervisor, to discuss these issues that I thought were, it was election day, it was crazy.
Yeah, I understand.
And there was a lot of sort of chaos and a lot of people were calling me, and so I was trying to get in touch with somebody.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Paris, the investigative report states that that you, quote, stuck his head in the door and asked how many people had voted so far. Mr. Newsom was at the scanner and he provided Mr. Paris with the scanner count to that point. So did you do that?
So in the courthouse, it's hard to describe, but where you go into the courthouse to where I would go find the registrar or the supervisor, you pass a case opening. It's not a door. And the desk and the people that work there and the she was sitting right there. And so as I went down the hallway, I don't remember that, but yes, I probably did say how many people have voted today as I was walking out of the building.
So you were within the polling place?
Oh, yes. No, I went back to the polling place. I went back to the courthouse to find the registrar and the supervisor to ask about these signs and intimidation. And then again, people were calling me about what was going on at the Pope Center where people were trying to vote. And I did go back to that polling place. So again, I understood there was to be no campaigning within 150 feet, but I just wasn't aware of the nuance of physically being on that location.
Asking for vote counts while voting is taking place.
It was probably just an afterthought. I mean, curiosity as a candidate, probably.
Further questions from the board?
Happen to know how far away?
From the corner, because my understanding is that as Member King said, that technically the correct measurement is 150 feet from the outer corner of a building, which creates a much larger zone. Do you happen to know, when you mentioned that there was a relative of another candidate who was filming voters and they were armed, how far they were from the polling location?
I don't have a measurement on that, but there are photographs and other material that would substantiate that, and that those measurements could probably be taken just like measurements taken on the photo I provide.
At the appropriate time, I have several motions I would like to make.
It looks like one parking space.
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
the
but
parking space is about 9
this
feet,
is
so-
this is a different.
Yeah, I was just saying, but you were asking about the distance. It looks like it's about 9 feet or 10 feet different too.
This is from the incident that you.
The other incident, yes, exactly. So at the,
One parking space that I investigated.
so at the appropriate time, I will have several motions.
For questions, discussion from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
I would move that as for Mr. Paris, we issue a letter of instruction regarding all of the requirements of for a candidate. I will also make an aside that it would be extraordinarily helpful if counties and municipalities had a pre-prepared packet for candidates with these requirements. And that upon qualification, this is part of the qualification materials that are given to candidates so that they don't get caught unawares, but that's an aside. So as for Mr. Paris, I move that we issue a letter of instruction. I also move that we open an investigation into the allegation. Yes, okay.
That's a second
Okay,
motion.
yes, it is.
Yep.
So.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Mr. Paris. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction to Mr. Paris signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. You understand what a letter of instruction is, correct? Good. Now the chair would entertain your next motion.
I move that we open an investigation into these allegations, both of voter intimidation, possible firearms near the polling location, and a separate obviously we would hear it together, but a separate respondent would be the municipality that they failed to post the required notification to voters that one candidate was no longer on the ballot and that a vote for that candidate would be not counted. So those are two separate investigations.
Yeah, I am hesitant to make a motion there because I don't want this board, I don't think it's proper for this board to open up the investigation and rule on the investigation. So I think that we
That's
can
very fair.
refer this case back to the investigators for further investigation on those other two allegations. Member Koff?
I would be happy to open a complaint myself.
Yeah, complaint on the other two issues involved. And I don't think it would be proper for this board to make a motion on that.
Very good.
Since we have to adjudicate it at some point. So Investigator Koth, if you would just make sure you're in concurrence with what Member Gazal wants on the complaint going forward. And we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. The next item on the agenda is SEB 2022-014 Murray County absentee ballot application. It's number 25 in your packet.
Filled up, oh, that was loud, sorry. Where I was believed a pre-filled out ballot application was sent to a voter. The investigator spoke to the voter and she stated that she did not request a ballot from any organizations and had received from pushblack.org. The investigator spoke with a representative from Civitech, Sarah Jackal, whose organization manages the digital platform for Pushblack. She admitted that the statutory language was not printed on the material that was sent out and also confirmed that they do send out pre-filled applications after the voter has added the information themselves. So there was sufficient evidence to suggest that Pushblack and Civitech sent out pre-filled ballot applications to at least one voter Sheila Holmes, and it was also lacking the statutory language. This is not an official government publication. It was not provided to you by any governmental entity, and this is not a ballot. Potential violations for Pushback and Civitech, 21-2-381, subsection A1C2.
Questions for the investigator from the board?
I have one or two questions. Investigator Cost. Is there any indication of the number of applications that were sent out by Civitech? And we have evidence of one, but
Well, she said that they were sending it out with a pre-filled, like they
Right.
didn't have the language and that they didn't feel like that was wrong because she's saying that after a voter put their information in, that it was like the same thing as them writing it, so they sent out the pre-filled.
so these are not unsolicited. These were explicitly solicited by the voter.
Is what the company
Right.
said, but that voter said that she didn't fill out anything.
Okay, right.
Also, what's stated here is that what was typed out was name, address, birth date, and election date, but then there's other portions that were handwritten. Do we have a copy of this? Do we know what was handwritten on the ballot?
Yes, you see.
And is Civitech represented here today?
The respondents are Pushback
Right.
and Civitech. Or there's representatives here from Pushback or Civitech?
Push black.
Yes.
Yeah, my eyesight's going bad. Pushback, yes, I'm sorry. The representatives from Pushback or Civitech?
Totally.
No, okay.
That's one time the handwritten.
It's not a beer. Don't worry about it.
Is this the application?
Everything's in there.
Oh, gotcha.
And just to confirm that when Ms. Holmes received the application, she completed it by hand and submitted it, but she said that she did not actually apply for it.
Yes, that she didn't apply for it.
So there's really no way of telling what was handwritten by them and what's, because it's completely filled out.
She admitted she hand filled it once she received it, but according to the file. So
It says
hand-
it was,
whatever's handwritten, she completed, but what was typed, she did not.
okay.
The application is with a complaint, so that, yeah,
Got it.
do you see it?
Okay.
Further questions from the board? Any comments?
No.
Chair, to entertain a motion on this case.
Mr. Chair, I move that we refer this to the Attorney General.
We have a motion from Member Johnson to refer this to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? There's a motion to for this case SEB 2022-014 to the Attorney General. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next case on the agenda is SEB 2023-048, Jackson County, City of Houston qualifying petition issues. It's tab number 26. Let me see if the respondent's here. Respondent is Nicholas Sutton. Is Mr. Sutton here? Mr. Sutton? Nope. Okay. Please proceed.
Received a complaint from the Jackson County Elections Office who reported potentially fraudulent pauper petition that was submitted to the city of Houston by a candidate in the November 2023 municipal mayoral election. Based on several factors, such as signatures appearing the same and determining petitioner's residency status, it appeared that 37 of the 38 petitioners listed on the form were fraudulently added and the signatures forged, a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-562. There was evidence to suggest that Nicholas Sutton violated OCGA 21-2-562 when he submitted the pauper petition for the Houston mayoral campaign in the city of Houston that contained a combination of fictitious names, fraudulent entries, and forged signatures. All the handwriting and signatures on the petition appeared to have been created by the same person, which was believed to be the respondent, Nicholas Sutton. Potential violations 21-2-562.
Any questions for the investigator on this? Respondent's not available. Chair will entertain a motion.
I move we refer this to the Attorney General's office and I'm trying to decide if we should actually refer this as well to the relevant district attorney. I was at the level of fraud that's involved in this is
Why wouldn't we just go straight to the district attorney?
we should do it. No.
Would you like to
Amend my
amend
motion?
your motion?
Yes, I would, I refer this to the Attorney General and the District Attorney because the Attorney General will adjudicate any civil violations and District Attorney will adjudicate the criminal.
We have motion to refer case SCB 2023-048 to the Attorney General and also to the local district attorney. For a second.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so move. This case, SCB 2023-048 will be referred to the AG, Attorney General, and to the local district attorney. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-064 Jackson County Residential Voter Registration Fraud is tab number 27. Please proceed.
So this case came to the attention of the Secretary of State's office after a citizen, a Mrs. Sherman, received a voter registration card that was mailed to her home address with the name of Kimberly Ann Mahoney. Now, the complainant indicates that Mahoney does not reside at her address, nor has she ever resided at her home address, and she believed the voting registration card was possibly a fraudulent registration. This is a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-563 sub 3. The investigator ran a DL check and it showed that Mrs. Mahoney's address to be listed at the same location, 404, I'm not going to say the address, at the same location as the complainant. So basically, the investigator was able to track down Mrs. Mahoney, and Mrs. Mahoney did live at the location for approximately 3 years. Mrs. Mahoney indicates that she moved to her current address, which I'm not going to name here, and she forgot to update the address on her Georgia voter registration on the website. She was also told that her driver's license still listed to the old address where the voting registration paperwork showed up. She indicated that she sold the house in June 2022 and moved to her current location. However, as she was registered at the wrong address, she voted 4 times. So based on the findings, we did have evidence to suggest that she violated 21-2-218C, cancellation of registration in former state or county, address changes and corrections, and OCGA 21-2-451 regarding voting outside a precinct of residence when she voted 4 times while listed to her previous address. So now obviously she has corrected her address and updated that information.
Questions for investigator?
Yes.
Member Gazal?
Yes, based on my research, all of the addresses remained within the same county. Is that correct in Jackson County? Because I don't trust Google.
Houston, Georgia.
That's what Google told me, but I would like confirmation of that.
Athens. I've lived in Georgia for about 5 years, so is Houston and Athens in the same county?
Parts of Athens, like because I don't think the Athens address doesn't mean they live in Athens city proper. And that's what I looked up because I didn't think it was, but according to Google, this particular address does lie in Jackson County. And so I want confirmation of that because that changes fairly dramatically the impact.
Sure.
We have somebody that would like to press your button, please. Press your button. Press your button.
There we go.
Right?
Yes, that is in Jackson County, push address.
Okay, thank you. So because of that, the law does allow a person to continue to vote, even though it is at their former address, because it's within the same county jurisdiction. It is still a violation that they failed to update their registration. And it's also, if you'll pardon my expression, a damn shame that somebody's voting at the wrong address because they're voting for their wrong representative. But under 21-2-218 subsection D, even when a voter has failed to update their registration, they are still allowed to cast a ballot in an election. They just need to update the registration.
Dr. Johnson?
Yes, was there an NCOA on this, for this Kimberly Mahoney? Yes, was a national change of address issued or checked for Miss Mahoney? Had she submitted a change of address? It's a postal service.
You're talking about after we notified her?
No, in your investigation, did you find that there had been a national change of address submission for Miss Mahoney?
Let's see if that was. I don't see it listed in the investigation here.
Okay. My research also indicated that both of these addresses are Jackson County, which does make a difference as far as maybe the decision of this case. Also, I would note that the county election office may change the, if they're aware of a person's change of address, may change that in the voter registration system. My question to Jackson County is, did you receive a notice of a change of address?
Not until she officially changed her address with us.
Investigation. Okay. Does Jackson County receive information concerning national change of address from the Secretary of State's office?
We do, we get a mail out.
Right, but there was not one for Miss Mahoney?
No, I see nothing in her record indicating that.
Is Miss Mahoney here?
No. You're not here, are you? But I just, nope. Other questions from the board? Chair to entertain a motion on SCB 2024-064.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that considering that this is a within county move and there are provisions for voter list maintenance in responding to national change of address for counties to actually change a registrant's address. I find it not a reasonable thing to cite this Ms. Mahoney in this situation. I'd recommend to dismiss this.
We have recommendation to dismiss this. Is there a second?
Second.
We have recommendation or a motion to dismiss and a second to dismiss SCB 2024-064. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This case is dismissed. This item on the agenda is SCB 2023-072 Paulding County, City of Dallas, voting delay, November 2023. It's tab number 28.
So on or about November 8th, 2023, the Office of the Georgia Secretary of State received a complaint regarding November 7th, 2023 local election in Dallas, Georgia, Paulding County. The complainant alleged that the voting machines at the Legacy Baptist Church did not work properly when polls opened, and also that poll workers watched as voters cast their ballots. And number three, no emergency voting options were offered while voting machines were being repaired. Now, during our investigation, we found that there were some issues with the machines, or more specifically with poll pads. There was some delay. Looks like the polls did open at 7 o'clock. However, the issues that they had, the technical issues, caused about a 20-minute delay. And apparently during that 20 minutes, no offer of using emergency ballots were offered. We could not substantiate the other allegations that they looked at what individuals were voting. However, we did make that determination that emergency ballots should have at least been offered. When we spoke with the poll manager, Mrs. Forrest, she indicated that the reason it wasn't offered is because she felt that it was just a short period of time while they worked through those technical issues, and it ultimately ended up being roughly 20 minutes according to the information that we obtained. But overall, based on that, we found evidence to suggest that Paulding County Elections Office, specifically the poll manager there, did not offer emergency ballots during that delay period.
Any questions from the board for the investigator?
Yes, we have one question, please. Was the complainant Amanda Taylor interviewed, and did she provide the amount of delay in time for voting? Did she agree with the 20-minute delay?
Yes, Mrs. Taylor was interviewed. I don't see it in the investigation, that specific question on that. It looks like the poll manager is who stated it was approximately a 20-minute delay.
We're here. So
The respondent, in this case is Dawn Forrest, who's the poll manager, and the complainant is Amanda Taylor. Is Amanda Taylor here by any chance? Amanda Taylor? Nope. Is Dawn Forrest here, the poll manager?
The county is here.
The county's here, though. I see the county. Any further questions for the investigator? Would the county like an opportunity to respond?
Thank you. What I want to say, and I've said this many times,
Identify yourself, please, for the court reporter.
Deidre Holden, Election Director of Paulding County. This manager, this was her first time managing. I'm not making excuses for her. We train and we train and we train and we pour our heart into training. And the least little thing makes a manager fall apart. She panicked. She didn't know what to do. She did have emergency ballots. Why they were not offered, I don't know, because they're trained to offer those ballots. I believe we had sent about 300 to that polling location. So there again, it goes to not following the protocol that is trained with these managers. In Paulding, we spend probably 12 hours training. And one thing like this, you know, when they're trying to get opened up and the poll pad doesn't work, they go into panic mode, they forget everything we've taught them. So I'm hoping that we can just get a letter of instruction due to this. As far as is no longer a poll worker.
Do you know how many voters were there at the time?
I would say at that precinct, there may have been 5 to 6 at that time.
At the beginning of the day?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Holden, to the best of your knowledge, was the delay about 20 minutes?
I was under the impression the delay was about 5 minutes. But to a poll manager, that could be 20 minutes because she's panicking. She's trying to get these voters in and out. But if she said 20 minutes, that's what we're going to go with.
I'd like to quote the election code that says, as far as an emergency, the type of events considered emergencies are outages and malfunctions causing a sufficient number of electronic ballot markers to be unavailable for use or waiting times longer than 30 minutes. So if it was 5 to 20 minutes, I would have no issue with this case being asked to be a violation. I would recommend dismissal.
If I may.
Yes.
To answer your question, Dr. Johnston, 15 minutes is what the complainant said. So it was actually less than 20.
Okay.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we dismiss this case.
We have motion to dismiss case
Yes.
2023-072. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Case is dismissed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe Supervisor Holden has something to add.
Pardon me?
I was going to ask if we could hear our next case because
I was going to do that for you already. I know you want to stay and eat lunch with us, but
office and I'm worried. I need to get back.
I was gonna do that, but I may have to,
It's 10:34.
We're gonna go out of order here and at the strong request of Deidre Holden, we will next hear SEB 2024-058 Paulding County, which is tab number 34 in your binder.
This complaint is alleging that a poll worker watched the complainant vote and questioned their choices on the ballot. There was sufficient evidence to suggest that the poll worker violated a voter's privacy when he looked at the ballot marking device while a voter was actively engaged in voting and noticed errors on the BMD screen and subsequently approached the voter and questioned the voter about her selections. As a result, the allegation that a voter's privacy was infringed upon is substantiated. The poll worker reported that this was his first time working an election and was unaware voters were allowed to submit blank ballots. However, it did not negate the fact that the voter's privacy appeared to have been violated. This was evident when the poll worker spoke with the voter and asked if she was sure of her selections and if she had voted correctly. Potential violations: Faith Chris Road violated OCGA 212568.1.
Any questions for the investigator on this case? The respondent in this case is Faith Chris Wode. And the Paulding County Board of Elections and Registration is Faith Chris Wode here by any chance? Paulding County's here though. Would you like to make comments on that, Ms. Holden?
Unfortunately, this was a 16-year-old poll worker. And at the time they were serving as a machine host. And I'm assuming when they saw the error message come up on the BMD, that's when she engaged with, or he engaged with the voter, which was wrong. They should have not done that. But there again, that is what happened. They are no longer a poll worker either. They are trained not to go into that area unless the voter asks. I'm assuming the voter did not ask. They just saw this prompt pop up on the BMD screen and they were like, hey, wait a minute, you didn't vote. And that's when all of this happened.
So to be clear, the person, the poll worker was watching them vote, was able to see?
I could honestly tell you, I don't know what the poll worker did. I don't know if they were just standing there and saw that pop up on the screen, that they had not cast their votes. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay. Investigator Koff, Chief Investigator Koff, can I want to follow up on that a little bit to clarify that the communication was about the error and it did not have anything to do with the actual electoral choice, the candidate choice?
It was about that it was blank. So they interviewed him and he said that he didn't watch the voter at the machine, but when the voter stepped away and was reviewing the ballot, he noticed the error symbol on the BMD that indicated no selections were made.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from this board?
Question. So the report says the poll worker he noticed the errors on the ballot marking device. Is that correct? So he was watching the ballot marking device.
From what the investigation says, after the voter walked away, that was still up there, which I don't believe that could happen, because once that ballot is printed, that screen goes back to where you insert your card. So most likely, yes, that's what was happening.
I think the reason why this is a bit concerning for me is because it kind of goes back to the argument as to why our ballot marking screens are so large. I mean, if someone's standing off to the side doing their normal job, but yet they can see that this individual who decided not to vote in certain races, they can see it from wherever they were standing. That makes me question how many other people can see what's being marked on our ballots.
It's a big concern for us. We have purchased additional privacy screens to go on our ballots, our ballot marking devices. But when you're required to have as many voting machines as we have, and you have to put them as close as you do together, it does.
Yeah, you're in a.
Yeah, it's like we have a room full of jumbotrons. I mean, basically, that's what it looks like.
I totally agree. No, I think you're in a conundrum. I think most counties are. When we're talking about having to ensure that your vote is private, it's kind of impossible to do that when the screens are so large and when people can stand off to the side and see exactly what the error message is.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
There's definitely a violation of voter privacy with these ballot marking devices. They can be read across the room. And unless the poll workers, the managers are very careful on how they position those machines or pay the extra money for some sort of screen, but they are so easy to observe voting, whether it's from a poll worker or from other voters. There's there's a failure to provide voter privacy with ballot marking devices. It would be so much easier to vote on paper on a table with a cardboard, three-place cardboard screen around a paper ballot to provide the necessary privacy for voters.
That leads me to another question. Deidre, when you purchased those additional dividers that came out of your budget, you weren't giving any additional funds for that, correct?
Ma'am,
You had to,
anything to do with the voting equipment, we have to pay for it.
yeah.
So even a machine marked paper ballot would not protect voter privacy because the BMDs would still be used. They could still be read across the room. And the printer would print out the voter choices, which is what is being proposed for the future with SB 189. However, it still violates voter privacy. So moving to hand marked paper ballots is the real answer.
Any further questions from Ms. Holden?
Back to this case, I would move that we issue a letter of instruction to the poll worker who is no longer a poll worker.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instructions. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second to issue a letter of instruction. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would recommend a letter of reprimand. I understand that it's a 16-year-old, but that really should be irrelevant. It's a poll worker. They should have understood with their training before the election was, started, that they're not to look at ballots or watch people vote unless they're specifically asked for assistance. They could, poll workers really have a duty to protect the voter and the ballot, and indeed to be helpful and ask without looking at the ballot, did you have any difficulty? Could I help you in any way? Or do you have any questions about your voting? If somebody looks perplexed or confused or frustrated for some reason. But that's kind of part of the training that goes with being a poll worker, and whether you're 16 or whether you're 76. And so I would issue a letter of reprimand if
Dr. Johnson has made her comments. Member Gazal, are you sticking with your original?
I am, because we just had a long discussion about how that could be completely inadvertent.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any further discussion? All those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
no.
The motion carries 2-0. I'm sorry. It's getting too close to lunch. The letter of instruction will be issued on SCB 2024-058. Thank you, Paulding County. Safe travels back. Sorry, we'll miss you at lunch. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-115 Carroll County poll worker conduct issue at Rooteville Road Church, June 24. That's tab number 29.
So this is a case that, although it's listed as a violation, we found no violation as it relates to SCB rules or statutes, election-related statutes. It was obviously, this is a situation where a worker, Thomas Camargo, who works for Carroll County, made a silly comment basically while two individuals were voting. So basically they come in, as they went and approached the scanner, he makes a comment, "This is where we shred them." So obviously this individuals filed a complaint. Ultimately, they indicated that they decided not to pursue this matter. They reported it. It went through our liaison who spoke with the manager there, Beth Littlejohn, who counseled the employee for the improper comment that was made toward the voters.
Jeez.
Any questions for the investigator? Respondent in this case is Thomas Camargo, and Carroll County Voter Registration Elections. Is Mr. Camargo here? No? Carroll County? Carroll County, would you like to respond to this? Special button, please.
Keith West, I was the interim election supervisor at December 17th to July 1st. Mr. Margo admitted what he had done. As a result of this, we responded, first of all, the liaison contacted me. I contacted Ms. Littlejohn. Second, within an hour. She had a call with all of her staff to reiterate conduct and discussion of any kind. The result of this, I ended up going with the next election myself. As interim. And I ended up going with that whole place, observing to make sure there was not an atmosphere, that kind of discussion. Since we have a great example of what not to do in our training, so we utilize that and continue to rock it now and what was Carroll County, and we'll continue intensifying those discussions.
Are there any questions for the respondent?
Is Mr. Camargo still working with Carroll County? Okay.
Just to reiterate, to reconfirm, no voter was prevented or intimidated from voting or from scanning their ballot.
All things were stated.
Okay.
Johnson?
Is Ms. Walls, the complainant, addressed, or was an apology made to Ms. Walls by anyone or in any way?
Well,
Do you shred ballots? We gotta ask.
Any further questions from the board? Chair, would you entertain a motion?
I move to dismiss this case.
Move for dismissal?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I think there should be at least a letter of instruction or something, so in case he's hired somewhere else.
Can you identify any provision of law or rule that have been violated?
Well, I mean, it's code of conduct. I mean, it's definitely outside.
I mean, it was unprofessional conduct, but if there's not a violation, we don't have a case.
Well, I mean, you're right to, you can feel that way.
Yeah.
I think you should get a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instructions. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry. We had a motion to dismiss.
Yeah.
So we had a motion to dismiss. Is there a second on the motion to dismiss? In a second, the chair will entertain another motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Dr. We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction by Member King, a second by Member Johnson. Any discussion?
I think it is a dangerous road to walk down when we are trying to just control conduct that is not unlawful.
I mean, sending a letter of instruction as to the correct way to operate as an employee is not, I don't see how that's something a negative. The fact of the matter is, if he was to get hired somewhere else, I think there should be something on record showing that he did. I mean, it came to us as a potential violation. So clearly there's a problem with what he did. So instructing them and ensuring that he's fully aware of his actions and what he should or should not do next time seems to be appropriate. Dismissing it, I think, sends a different message.
There's a statute 21-596 that addresses which results in failure to perform duty. And perhaps this sort of action that could be, I'm not sure about Ms. Walls, but could be construed as intimidating for a voter to be told that it's like not unlike calling, maybe calling fire in a crowded theater, is that the sarcasm does not go over well in an election setting. Crass jokes unnerve people and raise the alarm that perhaps the conduct is not being is not taking place as it should. Not to say that it wasn't, but all poll workers need to be very, be polite and respectful and friendly. But sarcasm, such as this is where we shred the ballots, is not acceptable.
I mean, I think considering the political climate, considering the numerous conversations that have happened since 2020, I do think that this could impose a level of either threat or insecurity, or people can feel as though their vote didn't count or won't count. And I don't know, I just feel like dismissing it says that, this is okay, and it's not. I think it perpetuates a continual narrative that's continuing to recycle itself through this type of behavior.
If the board would want to consider this not a violation, but also issue a letter of instruction to the respondent, that also could be considered.
Yeah.
So you want,
Just want to issue a letter of instruction, no violation, just a letter of instruction.
who made the original motion?
I did.
You want to amend your motion then?
Okay, I amend my motion to issue a letter of instruction that does not include a violation. However, it informs the individual of the proper conduct that is expected of them.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
No.
Motion carries 2-1. Let's try and do Douglas County and then we'll,
Douglas.
who's? Dustin. With,
Douglas.
can you add your name?
I've got some deals.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, as long as people can hear him. We're gonna do one more case and we're gonna break for lunch. The next case will be, SEB 2022-224, Douglas County, is that it? Which one you doing? Oh, 021? Okay, we'll do that since she's on the phone. All right. We'll hear SEB 2022-021 since we have the respondent on the phone.
Which respondent, please?
Was tab 30.
10 responded.
Oh, yeah, this is Mr. Riggs.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Secretary of State's office opened this investigation based on an allegation that 13 voters use commercial addresses, all of which are commercial PO box rental companies, as their residential address on their voter registration, a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-217. Also alleged that 8 of the 13 registered voters, the commercial PO box, voted in either the November 2020 general election and or the January 2021 general election runoff, potentially voting out of their residential district, a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-216. Ultimately, what we found during our investigation, we found evidence to suggest that 11 of the 13 voters in this complaint with commercial PO boxes were registered to vote or updated their voter registration using a commercial address through the Georgia Department of Driver Services. And obviously, we've talked about that regarding the automatically generated situation with DDS. And ultimately, what we found was that 13 individuals, and I'll name them off when you're ready.
Okay.
First violation is regarding qualifications of electors generally. No person shall vote in any primary or election held in this state unless that person shall be one, registered as an elector in the manner prescribed by law.
So that was the 6 that you listed here, right?
Yeah, the 6, the
Okay.
first 6.
All right, so we can see that, John.
Okay, y'all can, okay. You need me to call out their names or?
No.
Okay, all right. So that's to count 1, count 2. Rules for determining residency, 21-2-217, sub A, sub 1. You have the 13 there. You all see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, one of the individuals violated 21-2-218F, cancellation of registration in former state or county, address changes and corrections. No person shall vote in any county or municipality other than the county or municipality of such person's residence, except as provided in subsection E of the code. Now, all of the voters in question now have been updated, except 2 of the voters who permanently reside in a motorhome and submitted a residency affidavit to the Forsyth County Board of Elections. These 2 voters have since moved out of state, and the confirmation letters have been sent to update their voter registration status.
So did these voters move to change their address, or was that done by the county? Did these voters change their address on their own, or was that made by the county? Did the county change it for them?
Well, many of them, I think when they were contacted.
When they were contacted, they
Yes,
took the
they
step to
changed
do it. Okay.
Yeah. I know some of them, showed up while they were voting. Mr. Williams, a couple of others, so.
Do we have Mr. Anybody in the audience here to respond to this? Yes, ma'am. What's your name? Which one's yours? Your name, please? Helms? All right, we'll get with you in just a moment. Mr. Riggs is on the phone, Robert Joseph Riggs. Mr. Riggs, would you like to make a comment? Mr. Riggs? Mr. Riggs, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah. I don't have the full that OPL box anymore to send the notification to, so I didn't get the 30 days notice that you sent me. I only got found out about this a week beforehand. I'm not really prepared. What is it you need to know?
We're listening, Mr. Riggs. Please proceed.
Okay. I believe it's because I signed up to go to the PO box. I was homeless at the time I did that. And honestly, I had no idea, I don't know anything about election law. I was contacted back in, I think, 2022. I work for the Secretary of State's office, an investigator. Wanted me to submit an affidavit about it, and, 2 days late, he later called me before I had submitted the affidavit. He said that, they decided not to do the matter, it wasn't necessary. Anyway, since then, I've, re-registered to vote properly. Down to the Forsyth County Registrar's office to make sure that everything was okay. I did not vote outside my district. I mean, at the time, the place where I was camping was maybe a mile away from the polling place, and the polling place was maybe a mile away from the post office. So I had my PO box. So I was in my district. Is there anything else you need to know?
No, thank you, Mr. Riggs. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Did you cancel the voter registration?
Was Mr. Riggs's voter registration was changed, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Chelms. Could you move to a location that has a microphone, please? Press the button there. That one. Okay. Identify yourself, please, and then you can respond.
Basically, I was in for.
Would you identify yourself, please?
Oh, I'm Barbara Helm. I was a registered voter of Forsyth County. I became homeless on December 31st of 2016. I was in multiple locations. I ended up, I've been in Florida, I've been in South Carolina, I've been in Athens, I've been in Dahlonega, I've been in Dawsonville, I've been up and down 85, at different various truck stops. I've been in Carnesville. I've been in the South in 3 different parts of Forsyth County. Dawsonville, Dahlonega.
I understand you've moved around a lot.
I was a transient.
Okay.
But it used 3 different addresses during that time period. But at the time I voted, I was at the 2440 location.
You're registered with a PO box, correct?
I did because I was evicted December 31st of 2016 at midnight. I thought it was weird, but I did not remember going to register my mail there. But obviously being evicted by law, I was not allowed to go to the property. And they would have threw my mail away anyway, because they did not want me there. So by the time of that election, I was back on that property. And I went to go to do early voting. They would not accept it because my voter rights were canceled. I do still have my old driver's license. I never actually changed that residential address at all on my driver's license, nor did I ever register to vote, because being homeless, you're worried about how to get out of the heat, how to get out of the cold, where you're going to shower, where you're going to spend the night, what you're going to eat, and how you're going to get to some place or some clinic to get free medical or to get medicine that you require.
Are you properly registered to vote now? Are you properly registered to vote now?
Yes, I am up in Stevens County.
At a legal street address?
Yes, I got into federal government house.
Good, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Helms from the board? Some? Any questions for the investigator on any of these other individuals?
Sorry. I understood most of these cases to be similar to some where these folks had no fixed residence. There was no fixed domicile. For these folks. For the most part.
Yes, for many of them. Yep.
How many of them have been able to secure a residential address by which they can vote?
All of them have been updated, but I would have to go into each one and let you know how many of them have been able to. And a couple of them moved out of state already. Yeah, so.
And I would just like to highlight once again that our legislature needs to provide a solution for folks who do not have a fixed residence. They have provided a solution for mailing addresses, but not residential addresses. We've got to fix this. We have to make it easier for people whose primary concern is whether or not they can eat tonight and find the medicine that they need.
They deserve a voice in determining their leadership just as much as we do here. We've got to make it easier for them.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. How many of these 13 respondents were homeless?
I'm trying to go through that now, actually. I mean, so.
I mean, it sounds like from the comment that most or all of these were, but I do not see that in the report.
Yeah, some of them were, so.
It's rather misleading. These are a number of people who actually just registered at a post office box and voted from the address of the post office box rather than a residence. And I will say that almost all of these voter registrations came through DDS, Department of Driver Services, which is, of course, an opt-out program that we have here in Georgia. So, and there's no provision or asking of questions at the DDS, I guess, is this your residence? DDS accepts post office boxes as an address for a driver's license. But that is not acceptable for voter registration. So the number 2 respondent wrote a statement saying he was homeless, and Ms. Helms just described her situation for us. Are there any other of these 13 that are homeless?
Mr. Ajifor had no fixed address. Mr. and Mrs. Watkins lived in an RV. And Mr. Riggs was on the phone and just testified that at the time he was homeless.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand Mr. Riggs on the phone call. He was homeless, yes.
As well.
Yes.
Articulates that.
Yeah.
Now, the Watkins were homeless, is that true?
They were living in an RV.
That's not homeless.
The RV was moving around the parks where there were. It's not homeless, but it is no fixed domicile.
An RV park certainly can be a residence. And the Watkins, Mr. and Ms. Watkins apparently had moved to Massachusetts.
Mr. Williams is another homeless person, so there's a decent amount of them. Not saying all, but.
So currently, according to the Georgia code, if one is homeless without a fixed residence, where's the proper place to be registered to vote?
Which is generally going to be a street corner or a street address that is not necessarily going to align with a residential address, and that will still get them flagged. So if somebody is going through and flagging non-residential addresses, people who've registered according to the code to the closest place where they're sleeping, that will still get them flagged. And that's why I'm saying that the code itself, this is not, it's not a good solution. We need a better solution for voters who do not have a fixed domicile.
But currently, is there code now that instructs homeless people to be registered at the elections office?
No. That is their mailing address. It is not their residential address.
Residential address, right. But none of these people had used the elections office as their mailing address.
No, because this was prior to that code being, that law hadn't even been passed at that point, when in 2022, when this complaint was made. Or when the investigation was undertaken.
This complaint was investigated. All of these registrants could have put the post office box as their mailing address, but did not. Is that correct?
They used the post office box as a registered and mailing address. They did not create a separate mailing address. Is my
Correct. So they did violate the Georgia law as far as their residence address.
Unless that residence was the closest place to where they're sleeping at night, and we don't have that. That information is not on the record. These are technical violations. I don't deny that, but I don't know what other solution folks like this have had. And if everyone has already updated to a proper residential address to reconfirm. That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
It appears to me that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 9 have updated to a current address, and 5 have been canceled. I'm sorry, 4 have been canceled without an updated address. Is that correct, Mr. Investigator?
Let's see, all those questions. Okay, so 2 of the voters permanently reside in motorhomes. State. So there's been a few that have been canceled. I wrote down. Mr. Alden.
Likely the 2 in Massachusetts. Watkins.
Yeah, so Alden has been canceled at the voter's request. Vanessa Alden canceled. Alicia Godwin inactive. Oh, crap.
Wait, what was that name?
Scroll back a little bit. Yeah, I can just go through all of them and maybe that'll be
Yeah.
the easiest thing to do here. So. Okay, so Drew 4 is active, has a residential address. I'll skip the ones I've already stated. Barbara Helm is, we know her status. Jocelyn is active at a residential address. Land canceled. Mookie canceled, moved out of state. Lucas canceled. Riggs active. and updated. Watkins is the motorhome person along with his wife. And then Williams is active at a residential address.
Watkins, they're active in another state, I'm assuming, or are they inactive here, or they canceled here? The
Watkins
Watkins,
family.
So it's inactive for them. They're in an RV motorhome. I think they might be the one that petitioned for Scythe. I mean,
so at some point, they're gonna be removed completely, since they live in Massachusetts.
I don't have the Watkins living in Massachusetts.
Oh, let's just have another, I see Massachusetts as as another address here. But it has, you have Cummings and then you have Massachusetts or.
That this. This is the latest. I think this report is older. So at that point, they might have, but the latest that we have now.
The report says that the Watkins moved to Massachusetts in March of 2023, and they have not contacted Forsyth County to cancel their voter registration as of this date. This is 2025.
It looks like they're inactive right now. Their current address, according to this document here, sold home in 2018, living in RV since.
Is Forsyth County here?
Can you hear me? Karen Pashut, I'm the attorney for Forsyth County. But Mandy Smith, she is the director and she can probably answer this question.
Yeah.
Mandy Smith, Forsyth County Elections Director. Yes, the two Watkins. Initially, they signed an affirmation at the time when the election was going on, because that was when they were in the mobile home and they worked for the Army Corps of Engineers. So they moved from different parts, and so they attested to that. And then since that time, though, I know this investigation has happened since then, but we have never received written notification, signed notification back from them. So we've had no contact with them since the time of the election, and they signed the affirmation.
What did they sign, please?
A residency affirmation to confirm where they were living at the time.
So currently, we're unsure if they're in Massachusetts or if they're here.
I could not say.
Yeah.
Correct. But they are in inactive status. There's been no contact with them.
Is there any indication that that inactive status was triggered by NCOA? Do you know? Because the amount of time that has expired would not have triggered inactive status otherwise, or return mail. It could easily be returning.
Be honest, I did not put that in my notes.
Okay.
It possibly could have been return mail.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
So apparently this challenge occurred in June of 2022. They advised that they moved to Massachusetts in March of 2023. Now, isn't Eric supposed to notify the Secretary of State and thus the counties of people who have submitted national change of address are registered to vote in other states?
Yes, assuming that state is part of ERIC, but that will prompt a confirmation notice, a mailer to go out. And then if to complete it and either affirm they're living out of state or affirm they're still living here or affirm they're living somewhere else.
Were you informed that there's an NCOA on the Watkins?
Again, regrettably, I don't have that in my notes, so I can't speak to that one way or the other.
The inactive status could have been triggered by an ERIC notification, but ERIC doesn't bypass the NVRA requirement that unless the voter confirms in writing or the state has a copy of their voter registration from out of state, then they have to go into inactive status for 2 federal election cycles.
Correct, which circles back to the point that the inactive list may be full of voters or registrants that are not eligible to vote. Right, the inactive voter list should only contain people who are eligible to vote and just have not voted for a period of time. Would these Watkins be flagged in the voter registration system in the inactive list as NCOA moved or?
No, they usually are not flagged unless there has been a voter challenge. And I can't speak directly to these. I know in the past, Forsyth County has received challenges under 21-2-230 for commercial addresses. At which point, again, I don't have this full list, but it's possible that the board uphold that 230 challenge, would flag them in the system. And then if they came in to vote, the poll worker would see that. We have a residency affidavit form they can fill out if they want to confirm that that is their address, or they may be prompted to update their address or something like that, but it does not remove them from the role at that point. And just being on inactive status, again, if there's no contact after 2 federal election cycles, they are automatically then removed from the role. But also, you know, someone does come in to vote, and I guess it's not a paper form anymore, but when they're checking in, they're also affirming that that they are qualified to vote at that residence and in that county.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the inactive status. If the Watkins requested an absentee by mail ballot, would it automatically be sent to them?
Assuming that they complete the application and the information matches what they've written on the application and what they've signed and attested to, then yes, a ballot would be mailed.
Right. It's kind of like the honor system, I guess. They're attesting that they are eligible and meet all they're residents of Georgia and meet all of the qualifications to vote in Georgia.
Correct. Same as we do when we vote in person and we sign a voter certificate on election day or an advanced voting application during advanced.
Right. So thousands of people are in the inactive list, have moved to other states, but they can simply request an absentee by mail ballot and receive it, even though they may not be eligible to vote because they have moved to other states. And a supervisor would not know, a registrar would not know, perhaps.
That is correct. And with respect to these 2 individuals, I cannot say where they were living at that particular moment in time. I know they affirmed that they were living in Forsyth County at the time of the election.
I thought the purpose of ERIC, and I think Massachusetts is a member of ERIC, right? That they're supposed to notify the all of the counties, everyone in Georgia of NCOA moves and voters that have registered in other states. Isn't that the purpose of ERIC, to help with vote list maintenance?
If they register or if they establish a residency, but if they are living in a motorhome, they wouldn't know.
Right, but
Yep.
but NCOA is part of Eric.
Right,
Correct.
and that may be why they're in inactive status. It could have been from an Eric flag, but without that signature, the National Voter Registration Act prohibits any jurisdiction from removing a voter from the rolls without going through that safeguard of 2 federal election cycles. You have to change federal law in order to change the way list maintenance is done. Eric can only identify and flag, and then the state sends out a postcard. If the voter doesn't bother returning the postcard, the state's stuck. The state is stuck. We cannot do anything.
But
It's
that's my
federal.
very question. We're a member of Eric. We should have had notice of this if they had moved to with an NCOA. Why, this should be part of the investigation or part of the information that's received in looking into these 2 voters, whether they have moved and gotten a driver's license in another state. They're attesting that they're a resident of another state and no longer a resident of Georgia. So the question is this part of Eric? See, Eric is so proprietary. I don't know what information they really get because it's not provided publicly, since it's a proprietary relationship with the Secretary of State. So who do you ask? I mean, how do we find out as part of this investigation, were these 2 voters flagged? Did they move? Why were we informed about it? Was a letter sent to these 2 voters to confirm that they had moved to another state?
I know that the county was not notified of this investigation. When we saw the case number on the agenda, Ms. Smith reached out to the investigators just to say, we see Forsyth County. Is there something you need to be aware of? It's a copy. And I asked Ms. Smith, I said, they may have questions, so you might want to at least pull, the voter history or something so she could possibly answer the questions. And staff does try to capture commercial addresses. It's not always easy, especially with the UPS stores. They use street addresses, so that it's not a PO box, a street address number. It almost looks like a apartment. They do keep a list of UPS stores and stuff. So if they see them, especially when they come in through driver services, they will try to contact that individual and let them know. Send them a form that includes a change of address that they can fill out, or if they need to change their address. But if they don't hear back from them, it remains as it is. That's just the way the current law is. But sometimes sending out that letter does trigger them. A lot of times people don't realize they can't use PO box. And then there's other situations where we may have commercial addresses and the person lets us know why that could be a homeless individual. Theoretically, some other voters and overseas voters, because they're still allowed to use their former residence address. Well, that may not even be a home anymore. That may be the new Walmart, but they're still allowed to use that property address as their address. So there are certain situations where a commercial address or something may be appropriate. So part of that's one reason why we don't just automatically remove someone when that occurs.
And to follow up on these particular, the Watkins, I do have part of their voting history, and they are in an active status, and the status reason is cross-state. So that was a cross-state confirmation notice that was issued. This does not include what I printed out, does not include the date for that. So I don't know what date that was issued, but that's when they've gone into an active status for failure to respond to that cross-state notice.
So it's a cross-state designation. Is they moved within the state or outside of the state?
Outside of the state.
Outside of the state. So if they requested an absentee ballot, would would the office respond to them and say, hey, we'd like to issue you a ballot if you're still a qualified voter in Georgia, but we have this indicator that there's a cross-state move. Could you provide us with information of your current residence? I mean, or do you just send a ballot?
So current Georgia election code, if someone's in active or inactive status, again, provided they complete the application in its entirety and provide whatever documentation or identification they need to provide, we would issue them a ballot. They're swearing and affirming to that information on the form.
That seems like a lot of, extra work for your office to have to manage this process that's just severely inadequate. I mean, if a person, if you have an indicator, we're paying a system to tell us that another person is now moved to another location and registered to vote, then that system should have some level of authority, right? I mean, you should be able to just remove these individuals, but if it just means you're just putting them in a different category where they can essentially still become active, I don't understand the point. And this is not to you because you're just following the rules.
Correct.
But it seems like it's a lot of work, like double work. It feels like you have to manage a process that's just severely inadequate. But I guess it's just where we are.
Well, the goal is to have current and accurate voter rolls for an election, which means an electors list or a voters list that has only eligible voters on it for that particular election. But it appears that we have two lists. We have the active list, which you assume everyone is eligible, and we have this inactive list that is full of people who are not eligible, yet they may walk into a polling place or request an absentee ballot. And it's just an honor system. It's through no fault of your own. It's the way the system is set up that they may receive a ballot. And when we have voter rolls, that it gets steadily worse and worse and worse year after year because we're not removing people from the voter rolls that are no longer eligible. It's difficult to conceive that we're conducting an election fairly and accurately and honestly when we have this sort of loophole that if somebody is so motivated, they think they can get away with it and perhaps request an absentee ballot when they really should not because they live elsewhere. On the other hand, the inactive voter we need to protect because some people just don't vote very often. And if they don't want to vote every 4 or 5 years, that's totally their right. And they should not be removed for the fact that they're not a frequent or regular voter. But on the other hand, we're allowing many people, thousands and thousands of people to stay on the voter rolls without questioning whether they're really eligible. That's the thing that bothers me the most, that there's not a provision to reach out to a request for a ballot and say, hey, it looks like you moved to Texas. Before we send you this absentee ballot, can you send me confirmation that you indeed still live in Georgia? And same for the UOCAVA or the overseas folks that live overseas for years, perhaps, or and some of the military folks too. Anyway, just sorry to belabor it, but it's important.
Comments from the board? Questions? I think that there may be different results for each individual, so we'll deal with all of them individually. The case of Benedict Ejiofor, Chair to entertain a motion.
Chair, I need a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
Mr. Ejiofor has been named Three different things, three different violations. Are you gonna do a letter of instruction, all three?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion to send a letter of instruction, Mr. Edgefor on all three violations. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of instruction will go to Mr. Edgefor. The next one is Mark Alden. Chair to entertain a motion, Mr. Alden. Yes.
Vanessa Alden, a family member or no? Does it have different, those boxes? It could very well simply be coincidence, this is something.
Answer that.
Okay, right now.
Okay.
Do I understand correctly, that Mr. Alden had canceled his voter registration?
Yes, he did.
Is that in response to the investigation?
Yes. Chose to do it to be in compliance with the law, it says.
Motion on Mr. Alden.
The extreme letter of instruction and that letter include guidance on how he can comply with the law and still remain a registered voter. So invite them to re-register with proper instruction on how to do so.
A motion to issue a letter of instruction with guidance on how to re-register properly in compliance with the law. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. Next person is Vanessa Alden. Chair to entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction for Vanessa Alden. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. The next one is Alicia Godwin. Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction for Alicia Godwin. For a second? The motion is second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. I don't know, does anybody, saw, Dr. Johnson, do you have anything besides LOIs?
No.
Okay. Member Gazal?
Whether Ms. Helm has an address, which she can receive a letter.
Ms. Helms, do you have an address by which you, by where you can receive a letter?
And
Right, as of
Now.
today, yes.
Yeah.
You do have an address, okay, good, all right. All right, then, my understanding is that everybody is looking for an LOI going forward, let's, can we vote on all of them at once?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to vote on Barbara Helm, Rebecca Jocelyn, Margaret Land, Carol Lukey, Christina Lugas, Robert Riggs, Patricia Watkins, Willie Watkins, and Lamar Williams Jr. Is there a motion on those individuals?
Yeah, I make a motion, we issue the individual's named letter of instruction.
Is there a second? Good motion, second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction to all of the named individuals, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. That does it for this case. We have one other case that we're going to hear because Ms. Seabolt's been waiting online since 9 o'clock this morning. And has another prior commitment. So, yes. Right now, okay. Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute comfort break real quick, and then we'll come back in here. Ms. Seabolt's case, 2023006, and then after that, we'll go to lunch. So 5 quick minutes, please. 006, is that yours?
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
2023006.
So they get 1 second. Well, after lunch, I'm here on my digital 24 and I'm coming from Paul County. I didn't realize it's on tomorrow. That was. Oh, okay. So probably.
I tell you what I'll do. I'm not gonna put you ahead of anybody else because they've all been waiting today. But if we have time at the end of the day, we'll try and get you in there, okay?
I appreciate that.
All right.
This is a self-report from Forsyth County Elections. The director, Mandy Smith, described two separate incidents that took place during the December 6, 2022 general election runoff and the November 8th, 2022 general election. The first incident was a voter, Priscilla Siebel, completed an advanced in-person voting application at the Hampton Park Library advanced voting location on November 28th, 2022. She was able to successfully cast her vote for the runoff. On election day, Ms. Siebold appeared at the same voting location, the Hampton Park Library, to vote instead of her assigned election day precinct, because that library is not her assigned election day precinct. And it was after 5 p.m. the poll manager, Charlotte, gave Ms. Siebold a provisional ballot affidavit. It was coded out of precinct, and Ms. Siebold completed the provisional ballot. Ms. Siebold spoke to the investigator and said that she only voted once during the regular election and then the runoff, but she did vote during the regular election and then twice for the runoff. They asked if she was willing to write a statement. She advised that she would contact an attorney and then decide. She then asked the investigator to mail the statement to her, which she did, and it had not been returned at the time of this report. The second incident was an elector, Ms. Min, contacted the elections office to inquire about the status of her absentee ballot. Ms. Min registered to vote on October 8th, 2022 through the online voter registration web form. On October 11th, the elections office sent Ms. Min a letter requesting proof of citizenship documentation. Since that information that was cross-referenced through the Department of Driver Services couldn't verify the actual citizenship. On October 21st, Ms. Min sent the email to Forsyth County Elections with the proof of citizenship and then another email containing her absentee ballot application. The clerk, Ms. Belcom, updated Ms. Min's voter registration form pending to active since acceptable proof was submitted. However, the request for the absentee ballot application was not processed. So for the first incident, it was substantiated. The investigator found sufficient evidence to suggest that the election officials erred and allowed a voter to cast two votes for the 2022 general election. There was also sufficient evidence to suggest that elections did not properly adjudicate and reject the provisional ballot. There is also sufficient evidence to suggest that the voter is in violation as the voter voted twice in the same election, the December 6, 2022 general election runoff. For the second allegation, it was also substantiated. The investigation has found sufficient evidence to suggest that the election officials erred and failed to mail the voter's official absentee ballot not more than 29 days and not less than 25 days prior to the general election. The voter had called on election day and realized that they hadn't processed it. They obtained a court order allowing the absentee ballot to be mailed FedEx overnight along with a postage paid envelope. So therefore the voter would not be disenfranchised. Potential violations for Priscilla Siebold for OCGA 212572 and 212418B when she voted more than once for the December 2022 general election runoff, and for Forsyth County Elections for a violation of OCGA 212419 validation of provisional ballots.
So we have three different potential violations here. We have Ms. Siebold with two potential violations. We have Forsyth County Elections and Registrations with two potential violations, and Carol Balcom with one potential violation, correct?
Yep.
Yep, okay. And the respondents in this case are Forsyth County Elections and Registrations, Priscilla Siebold, the voter, and Carol Balcom, assistant to the director. Ms. Siebold, is she online? She is. Is she going to be up here or? She what? Okay. So does the board have any questions for the investigator at this time? Jen, she want to put that up? She's going to be on, we can listen to Rick's, okay. All right. Questions for the investigator? Questions for the investigator? Ms. Siebold, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I'm online. I can hear you.
Good, good. Would you like to respond to these allegations?
I sure would. In response to, well, first of all, My name is Priscilla Seabolt, and I have been a resident of Georgia on and off for the past 20 or 50 years. I'm here voluntarily today to speak in response to a letter that I received from the Georgia State Board Election Board. So regarding incident one, the first part of the letter that I received alleges that I cast two ballots for the 2022 Georgia Senate runoff election. Regarding this matter, I would like to state the following. Upon hearing of the runoff election, I went to the precinct to cast a ballot. Weeks later, I could not recall if I cast a ballot in this election. To that end, I went back to the precinct to discuss this with the poll worker. I was informed by the poll worker that there was not a way for them to look up whether I had cast a ballot already or not, as the votes had not been entered into the lookup/database. Based on this, she advised me to file a provisional ballot for the runoff election. When I asked the poll worker what might happen if I had indeed already cast a ballot in the runoff election, she told me that my second provisional ballot would then be recognized by the electronic system and not counted. I never intended to vote twice in an election nor commit any type of fraud. I am deeply concerned regarding this matter. Regarding incident two, I have also been informed by the letter sent to me that the election officials erred when processing the absentee ballot I filed for the 2022 Georgia Senate general election. I trust that the board will handle this matter appropriately, and I do not wish to participate any further in this incident for number two. Thanks for your time, and I do appreciate you hearing me before lunch, as I'm sure everyone is starving. It's almost 2:00.
Ms. Siebold, if you would just stay online, we're going to have, for South County respond, and the board may have some questions for you, okay?
Sure. Hi, thank you again. My name is Karen Pashuta, and I represent the Forsyth County Board of Elections. I have Ms. Smith here. We did self-report both of these incidents. We realized these are pure staff errors. It was not a misunderstanding of the law or the rules or the regulations. Both of these, when we investigated, were just mistakes of staff. The second one, not the one with Ms. Seabolt, but the second one, what we discovered is that when both came in for the confirmation of citizenship, along with the absentee ballot, only one got processed, the confirmation of citizenship. So, based on that, Ms. Smith had, we don't want it to happen again. So we have changed the procedures. Two people are now looking at these ballots. It was caught, applications. Was caught on election day, but of course that's too late for staff to send out an absentee ballot. Ms. Smith had called our office. As you know, every election day, a Superior Court judge is basically on call to hear petitions. So we reached out to the clerk, got on the calendar for, I think, an hour later. At this point, we weren't sure what happened. So Ms. Smith pulled her staff in. They were going through all the absentee ballot applications to ensure whether this was a one-time occurrence or if there were any others that had been missed. So by the time we got to the courthouse, we knew that this was, it did occur, but unfortunately, it was only the one that occurred. I don't think we realized later in exactly what happened, why that one might have gotten missed. The judge, there wasn't, great remedy that tied in, with the law. But because we do receive UOCAVA ballots up until Friday, what he decided to do is he issued an order that allowed us to go ahead and FedEx her, essentially, her absentee ballot. And in it, we provided FedEx envelope prepaid for her to return it to us by the deadline that we also received UOCAVA ballots. So that did require court intervention, but we wanted to make sure we didn't disenfranchise that voter from simply a staff error. I'll let Ms. Smith talk in a minute about exactly what she's done to ensure that kind of thing doesn't happen again. With Ms. Seabolt, we're not as clear exactly what happened. It shouldn't have happened. So she did vote in advance voting. We were still in ENET at that time. And just by way of explanation, not as an excuse, my understanding is because she was out of precinct, it made it less clear on the system that she had already voted. That it would have been much more obvious when she checked in, had she been in the correct precinct. I believe it's easier to catch that. I mean, obviously poll workers are supposed to be checking that, but it's easier to catch it now with the new system. She was allowed to cast a provisional ballot because it was after 5 o'clock and it was at a precinct. And I think when we were, when staff was preparing for that meeting to go over the provisional ballots, the focus was more on verifying that everyone who was at a precinct had filled out that form as to why they were casting a provisional ballot. The reason stated was because it was after 5 o'clock. And so there wasn't a focus at that time on checking if the ballot had already been cast. And it was not caught until after the election had been certified. So again, that is something staff now, they have 2 people checking everything. We recognize these were errors. We have worked to resolve them. We did self-report both of these errors because we knew they were errors. We have amended the processes, which I think is the ultimate goal, to make sure it doesn't happen again. So we would ask for, letter of instruction, both of these in light of that. And I'll let Ms. Smith address what she's done to prevent this again.
In terms of the,
Ms. Smith, would you identify yourself for the court reporter, please?
Mandy Smith, Director for Forsyth County Elections. In terms of absentee ballot applications, when they come in via email or through Jarvis, through the online portal, it's a much more formalized process now where 2 sets of eyes review them. We have dedicated computers where we go print them off. They're not printed off even at someone's desk. You go to a dedicated computer, you print them off, and then another set of eyes comes back along, takes those print offs and goes back through and reviews the emails. In the case of Ms. Min, it was sort of a 2-fold email. We had to process her citizenship documentation as well as her absentee ballot application. And regrettably, we missed part 2 of that process. So that is why second set of eyes comes back around, looks up and down the email, checks out attachments. And then at that point, they move that over to a separate folder. And then we process the applications from there. In the case of Ms. Seabolt, it was human error. We check the screen, we look for voter history. We misread what we saw on the audit trail.
Questions from the board for Forsyth County or Ms. Seabolt?
Forsyth.
Forsyth County, Dr. Johnson.
So, Ms. Smith, are you saying that during that election, ENET did not give voter credit for early in-person voting?
No, ma'am. No, it gave credit. This would have been, so this was the federal runoff 2021. So we were still using ENET. We had the poll pads. And in our case in Forsyth County, that was the first election where we utilized the poll pads during advanced voting for both card creation as well as the voter list. So on election day, it would have reflected though that this voter was out of precinct. So that was sort of the first and foremost issue, was that the person was not in their correct polling place. So the poll worker followed the proper procedure by offering her an out of precinct provisional ballot since it was after 5 o'clock. And again, regrettably on our end of things internally, staff, that was our responsibility to then verify to ensure that that voter had not already cast a ballot, whether it be election day at a different poll, right? Or during advanced voting or by mail.
She returned to the same polling place, but it was election day. Is that correct?
That is correct. That it's also an advanced voting location in our county.
Do you keep a numbered voter list? A paper numbered voter list?
Correct.
You-
Yes,
You do.
correct. For provisional ballots, yes.
I'm sorry, what?
For provisional ballots,
Oh, for provisional ballots. What about just a regular numbered voter list for everyone that comes in to vote during early voting?
that's basically what your poll pad is. That's what the poll pad is generating. As you mark voters and you issue them a voter access card, they're being marked in the poll pad. And then now that we're with Jarvis, the poll pad is updating to Jarvis.
Correct. So was it marked in the poll pad?
Again, because she went to the same polling place on election day, but not her assigned polling place, it was marked that she was out of precinct.
But it was not marked that she had already voted?
That was not clear to the poll workers, no. I cannot say at this point, we did not realize the issue until after voting had ended. But based on history since then, it's gonna reflect that the person is out of their precinct, out of their election day precinct.
Correct. So the poll pad is an electronic poll book and keeps an electronic numbered voter list. But do you have a paper numbered voter list for document control?
A paper list can be generated after an election. But in terms of in the ordinary course of voting, you're operating from the information on the poll pad as well as the information in the statewide system.
Right.
It's not
So
like we're maintaining a separate handwritten list, I guess.
did anyone have access to the voter certificates? To check, see if she had signed a voter certificate?
In her case, she had voted during advanced voting.
Right.
And now she'd come back on election day.
Right.
So the advanced voting applications from the advanced voting period were back at our office.
We're back at the office.
Right. And that's where, I think that was when we had about 50,000 people vote during advanced voting. So, those were all back at the office.
So are they organized and accessible that if a poll manager called back to the central office, someone could look at those voter applications to see if that person had actually signed an application during early voting?
Actually, we have had to do that before, but not in a situation like this. Again, the poll worker went with the instruction, which is the person's out of precinct. It's after 5 p.m. They can be directed back to their assigned poll, or they can go to provisional there with them.
And then the provisional was just accepted.
Regrettably, yes.
Further questions for Ms. Seabolt or for the South County? Let's deal with these separately. First allegation is incident number 1, Priscilla Seabolt violated OCGA 21-572 and OCGA 21-2-418B. The chair will entertain a motion on both those.
I make a motion that we dismiss the Seabolt case because it sounds like she did not intentionally violate anything, but that she was doing what she was told to do, which was to fill out the provisional, and it was up to the county to ensure that that ballot not be cast. So that I don't see a violation on her end.
Motion to dismiss. Is there a second? For lack of a second, chair will entertain another motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we refer this to the Attorney General for double voting.
We have a motion to refer this to the Attorney General for double voting. Is there a second? For lack of a second, the chair will entertain another motion.
We issued a letter of reprimand because Ms. Siegel did go to vote the second time, but she voted a provisional ballot because there was some uncertainty there.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
I'm just a little confused about, if she went and voted and if she decided or was confused about whether or not she had voted, and then she decided to go check and see, I don't see anything wrong with doing that. I think she's well within her right to do that, and it's incumbent on the system and the county to ensure that she doesn't violate the law at that point. They could have said, you know, you've already voted, or they could have said, here's your provisional, like they did. And then once they researched and realized that she had voted, they wouldn't have cast the provisional ballot. I'm trying to figure out how this is she wrong for forgetting that she went and voted?
I see some inconsistencies because in the report, Ms. Siegel was adamant to the investigator that it didn't happen at all, that she only cast one ballot. And now we're seeing some inconsistencies, so that's why I'm not convinced either way.
Well, if she thinks that she was unsure about whether she voted, so she went back and got a provisional, and then she passed the provisional, then I would assume too that I cast one ballot, right? Maybe it was the provisional.
Ms. Siebel, can you explain to the board again why you decided to go vote a second time?
Yes, I can. I stated earlier, I went to the precinct to cast a ballot. Weeks later, I could not recall if I had cast a ballot in this election. To that end, I went back to the precinct to discuss this with the poll worker. I was informed by the poll worker that there was not a way for them to look up whether I had cast a ballot already or not. As the votes had not been entered into the lookup/database, based on this, she advised me to file a provisional ballot for the runoff election, which I did, as I was told. When I asked the worker what might happen if I had indeed already cast a ballot in the runoff election, she told me that my second provisional ballot would then be recognized by the electronic system and not counted. I was also told that I did not state earlier that I would receive a phone call letting me know whether that was counted or not. I did not receive that, nor did I ever receive any mail stating it was or not. So I assumed it was either counted or not counted at that point, and the election was a done deal at that point, so it didn't matter if it was counted or not at that point. So I didn't call again to say, was it counted? Because the election was won, decided, and done. So
Ms.
again,
Siebel, how long have you been voting, Ms. Siebel?
for my entire life since I was 18 years old. And that's in different places because I was married to someone in the military. So I moved around. So, yeah, but my home of record's always been the state of Georgia. This is my home.
I have a question for the chief investigator. What was the amount of time between the two votes? Is it at the beginning or towards the end of the early voting period?
Near the end, it was November 28th was vote 1 and vote 2 was December 6th.
A week apart.
Just over a week.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the reason why I am standing by my position is because it feels as though we are assuming that she did not forget, that she just intentionally went back to go and vote twice, when in fact she asked, did I vote? You know, she wanted to know. The county was unable to provide her with that information, so instead they gave her a provisional ballot, which was correct. And then if once they verified it, that's when they should have not cast the provisional ballot. I just feel like we are punishing her for going there and inquiring about it. And again, here's the thing. We're talking about a runoff election. When you voted 3 times already, or a couple of times already, it can get a bit misconstrued. And I'm not here to determine whether or not, you know, her memory is as good as mine or anybody else's. The fact is, she did ask first, did I vote? When she was not able to get that information and was provided the next step, she completed that. At that point, I feel as though it's on the county to ensure that she's not counted twice.
And also the county had stated, and the lady that 2 people representing the county just spoke, that they were in error.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Dr. Johnson?
The role of this board is to determine if there's sufficient evidence of a violation. There are many extenuating circumstances, and I appreciate that the county self-reported the issue. However, there is sufficient evidence to vote and to decide that a violation has occurred, and double voting is a serious violation. And there's sufficient evidence to support the fact that the county also violated election code by accepting a double vote. And both of these violations should be referred to the Attorney General for the Attorney General to consider the circumstances and the evidence in its totality, and in their purview, make a decision about how to handle the violation. But the fact is, there's sufficient evidence to bind this over to the Attorney General for further investigation and handling of this violation. Just heard for a significant period of time, a discussion earlier this morning about double voting and how serious the violation is, and the discussion of the Secretary of State referring these cases directly to the district attorney, and which, you know, technically a case of double voting should be referred to the district attorney. So anything less than that, I mean, we're already making some exceptions ourselves by not referring it directly to the district attorney, and moving to have the Attorney General handle these violations. Double voting is a serious matter, and the evidence is here. And I think it's sufficient to bind it over. I would recommend referral of the respondent and the county to the Attorney General.
We're going to deal with the Ms. Seabolt. So we've had 3 motions that neither one have been seconded yet.
Yeah, I'm willing to withdraw my motion, and I'm willing to support a letter of reprimand. I again feel I can't in good conscience say that this individual intentionally double voted when we're talking about walking in and voting in person in a provisional ballot. That, I mean, at what point was she, if this was an absentee ballot, that's different. Because now we have her intentionally filling it out, sending it in, you know, and casting. But a provisional is just that. It's the county saying, we're unsure if we can't answer your question. We're unsure if you walked in and voted. So here, do this. She did what she was supposed to do. And then the fact that the ballot was cast, that's not on the voter at that point. And that's what I'm trying to reconcile, is whether or not this is now the voter's responsibility if the county dropped the ball. Why does she have to be referred to the Attorney General's office? Why is she at risk of getting a felony? for an action that should have been caught by the county. I guess if you can explain that to me, that may help, but I'm not understanding. I mean, the county's not denying that this is how the story went.
I tend to agree with you on what you say, and I think that Ms. Siebel bears some responsibility in the fact that she showed up twice. I mean, there's some responsibility, but I also don't, I tend to agree with what you've said, but she does bear some responsibility, and therefore a dismissal doesn't seem appropriate to me because she bears some responsibility for Ms. Siebel. I'm sorry, but you showed up twice to vote within a week of each other. That's a.
But you also have to understand, just like, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, one of the board members, that's speaking as for dismissal. I did what I was told to do. I literally went in and asked that. So I'm not seeing,
That certainly, is a.
and I was told by trained voting people
I
that I'm
understand.
is trained to do, the right thing, and I'm following the right thing as a normal citizen voting. I did what I was told to do. Assuming in good faith that I would receive a call the next day saying, hey, it went through, or hey, it didn't go through, but I didn't receive any of that correspondence. So again, I'm not seeing how I'm at fault here. I am not a criminal. I teach social studies in Hall County. I teach government.
I understand that the reality is that you showed up within a week to vote again. And, if you.
It was a runoff election. We didn't know it was going to be a runoff election.
Right. If you go to commit a crime and somebody tells you, oh, well, that's a crime, you can't do it. The fact that you went to commit a crime still means that you have some responsibility for, that's you bear some responsibility for showing up twice within a week. And that's the reason I would be opposed to just doing a simple dismissal for the case. But I do think there's some responsibility that you should have to, for showing up twice within a week. So, Member King, are you making a motion?
For the sake of moving on.
Lunchtime, it's dinner at this point.
Support a letter, issue a letter of reprimand.
Motion is issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second? We have motion and second to issue a letter of reprimand. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand signify by saying aye. Any opposition?
No.
The letter of reprimand will be issued to Ms. Siebel. Thank you, Ms. Siebel, for your participation in this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking me for lunchtime.
Thank you. I don't know. I don't know how to turn her off. That gives us back in. There you go. Outstanding. The next potential violation is we have to deal with the rest of the we are violating lunchtime, yes. There are two potential violations against Forsyth County elections and registration. One is for OCGA 21-2-419. Second one is SEB Rule 183-1-12.18, subsection 11B. Does the board have any questions? If not, the chair will entertain a motion on Forsyth County violation of those two.
We refer this to the Attorney General's office.
Motion to refer to Attorney General's office. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Dr. Johnson, I think was first. Discussion. No discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved 3-0. The next item is the case against Carol Balcom, which is in violation of 21-2-384 subsection A2. The chair will entertain a motion on that violation.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we issue a letter of instruction.
There's a motion to issue a letter of instruction. There's a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The chair will entertain a motion to recess for dinner. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Can we do a 30 minutes? We'll have a 30-minute break. We're back here at 2:55.
So you don't hear this one? No.
No, you got two more to hear that. Yeah, I tried to move. I moved Baldwin County up. Welcome back from dinner. We're going to call this back into order. The next case on the agenda is SCB 2022-374 Forsyth County Gainesville voter registration fraud. That's tab number 31 in your packets.
State controls. You 74 on the ranch.
They're not the respondents here.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just looking at the same thing. It occurred in Forsyth County, so it's listed as a Forsyth County case, but they're not, so. Yeah.
It's good.
Ready to begin?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay. So this case is a Forsyth County case in which a voter, Andrea Page Weaver, listed her address as a home that she was going to purchase and was under contract. However, the deal fell through and she ended up voting while listing that address as her residence. Approximately 3 months later, she changed her address to where she was currently living. And now Mrs. Weaver has moved to Texas and she has canceled her Georgia voter registration. So that's the gist of the case.
Yeah,
Reader's Digest version.
she went to DDS, she put in what she thought was gonna be her address.
Yes.
She ended up not moving there.
Yes.
And she went and changed it.
Yep, she changed it and now she's moved and gone to Texas and canceled her voter registration.
Any questions for the investigator?
A question, were the two different addresses in different counties or different jurisdictions?
Yeah, let's see. So the one was Gainesville, Georgia, Hall County.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Forsyth County.
8040. 8040 Bethel Road, Gainesville, Georgia. So so 8040 is the place she never lived. Okay, so she went from Hall County to Forsyth County. And she was transferred back to Hall County later, it looks like.
Did she vote in the wrong place?
Let's see. Oh, it doesn't appear that she did. The only charges we have is 21-2-218 regarding address changes, and then qualifications of electors, generally 21-2-216.
There's no voting that took place and it's just an address issue.
She did vote while she used that address, but it appears that it was in the same county because both of them looks like they were in Gainesville. So it looks like it was 3 months basically that she was at that address where she didn't live, where she was gonna buy the house.
Further questions from the board?
Could you help me understand, did she vote in a different county than she was, from which she was residing?
Okay, so she was counseled initially in 2021. She registered to vote October 26, 2022. Address of 3451 Old Path, Gainesville, Georgia, in Hall County.
Yeah, she did. She voted there with the,
but the address that she changed everything to was 8040 Bethel Road in Gainesville, Georgia.
while she was using the address on her driver's license, she voted there,
Yeah.
but she never lived there. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same as where she was living in Gainesville, it looks like.
But because Georgia addresses are peculiar, that was a Hall County to Forsyth County to Hall County, even though it was always Gainesville. So it was an out of county.
Okay, based on that.
Yeah.
Okay, even though it's the same. Okay.
Because it's very confusing and peculiar.
Okay, so technically, I guess she voted in the wrong county too then. Okay. But I think it was because it was Gainesville, we didn't, yeah.
Very.
Okay. So technically, there should have been another charge, theoretically.
Is Ms. Wilson here? Catherine Wilson? No. Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, one last question.
Yes, absolutely.
The respondent updated her registration immediately. It was not was it, had she been contacted by investigators by the time she updated it and corrected the address? Is it with just 3 months? And most of that 3-month period would have been during the blackout period when she couldn't change it. Exactly. So it was from August to November.
You know what? 1 second.
So when she changed her address, it was like around on or about November 14th. Was she under investigation at that time? Did she do it? Okay, just wanted to make sure she was my God.
I wish Ms. Wilson had been here to answer some questions that may have clarified a lot of things for this board, so.
It looks like she fixed it on her own,
Okay.
according to the investigator.
Thank you, that was that. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Discussing is, I was just gonna recommend this to the AG's office and let them figure it out. However, it sounds like from Member Gazal, what she's saying is that she, because of when she changed her address, she kind of didn't have a choice but to vote in the wrong county. I'm trying to understand that.
The blackout period starts, like the registration lists are frozen 28 days before the election. So I don't know, like, when she chose not to purchase the house, like at what point, whether it was before or after that blackout date. Because if she chose not to purchase the house after the blackout date, she couldn't change the registration at that point. So my predilection, because there was no intent here and she corrected it on her own. So I would be more inclined to issue a letter of reprimand rather than send it to the AG's office and tie up those resources, because she's no longer resident in Georgia. She corrected it on her own, and there's every indication that she may not have had a choice. Like she may not have been able to, maybe that she only changed it on November 15th because that was when they started updating voter registrations after the blackout period was over.
If you read in here, it talks about her trying to enroll kids in school there. It fell through because of water and foundation,
Yeah.
When she moved to, Texas, she sent in a cancellation form. So it's not like she was trying to do everything right.
Yes, she's trying.
She just got caught with a.
Still voted,
Yeah.
knowing that she didn't live there.
Yeah, but
She probably didn't even realize that it was a different county necessarily, because it was all Gainesville.
And that's what her license said too. And if she had presented the license,
Yeah.
it didn't match, then she has a real issue.
Yeah.
Because she had already changed her license with the new address or the new supposed address.
Right? So she went to the new precinct.
Right.
With her new address to a location she doesn't live at.
Correct.
And voted.
Correct.
So, we literally just debated potentially sending someone to the AG's office for forgetting and checking. But
I'm not arguing with you.
She voted in the election at a precinct that was located, that was associated with an address she didn't live at.
Yep.
She could have not voted. So yeah, that's my motion. I make a motion and we send it to the Attorney General's office.
We have a motion sent to the AG. Is there a second? Second, the chair to entertain another motion. Is there another motion?
I move we send a letter of reprimand.
Motion send a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion send a letter of reprimand and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending a letter of reprimand, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 2-1. Next item on the agenda is Douglas County SCB 2022-224 Douglas County qualifying issue. It's tab number 33.
So this case was opened up from Douglas County residents regarding the Douglas County Election Board and Douglas County Director of Elections, Milton Kidd. The complaint stated that the election board and Kidd violated state law when they placed then Superior Court candidate Ryan Williams on the November 2022 ballot for Douglas County Magistrate Court, claiming he was not a qualified candidate. Williams qualified for the Douglas County Superior Court ballot, but was unqualified for the Magistrate Court seat because he submitted the qualifying paperwork for the magistrate position after the deadline. The paperwork was stamped as received by the Douglas County Elections Office April 29th, 2022. However, the qualifying dates for the magistrate judge position was March 7th through the 11th. Williams was placed on the general election ballot for the November 2022. Attorney Scott Camp challenged the placement of Williams on the ballot to the Douglas County Election Board on May 22nd, 2022. The board voted 3-2 and denied Attorney Camp's appeal to remove Williams from the ballot. Attorney Camp then appealed to the Douglas County Superior Court on July 15th, 2022, and subsequently the Georgia Supreme Court on September 30th, 2022, ruled Douglas County Board of Elections and Registration erroneously allowed Williams to remain on the ballot, when in fact Williams did not submit the qualifying paperwork by the deadline, nor was he selected by the voters. Superior Court ruled it did not constitutionally have the authority to remove Williams from the ballot. However, the Georgia Supreme Court overturned the lower court's ruling and found that Williams did not qualify for the election through the Democratic primary in the time described by law, OCGA 21-154. Since the original candidate, Baker, was never qualified by the primary, a substitution could not be made. The Supreme Court ruled that Douglas County Superior Court had the authority to remove Williams from the ballot and ruled to have Williams removed. Superior Court then issued the order to have him removed from the ballot. Due to the time constraints, Douglas County was unable to remove Williams' name from the ballot in time for the election. However, the county posted the retraction of Williams' name as a candidate on the ballot during the November election as required by law. The matter was previously heard by the Georgia Supreme Court, S23A0073, and the court determined that Williams did not qualify in time. The case was referred to Douglas County Superior Court and was ordered that he be removed from the ballot. Potential violations, OCGA 2126C, qualifications of candidates for county municipal office for the Douglas County Board of Election and Registration, and Milton Kidd, the director.
Any questions for the investigator on this case? Respondent in this case is Douglas County Election Board. Is Douglas County here?
Hello, I'm Irene Vanderels. I'm an attorney with Wilson, Morton and Downs, and I'm here on behalf of the Douglas County Board of Elections and Registration and Election Director Milton Kidd. Just briefly in response, the issue first rose in the spring of 22, immediately prior to the general primary election and the race for Douglas County Magistrate Judge. As Chief Investigator Koff stated, the Democratic candidate for the Democratic nomination was disqualified shortly before the primary election, and the Democratic Party of Douglas County asked the Board of Elections to accept a substitute nomination, Mr. Williams, who had qualified for Superior Court, and they wanted to place him on the general ballot for the magistrate judge position. Due to this rather unique procedural posture, the disqualification of a candidate prior to the primary and a request from a political party to submit a replacement candidate prior to the primary, the board sought guidance from the Secretary of State's office about what should be done with the submission. And Blake Evans, the elections director with the Secretary of State's office, communicated with Mr. Kidd via text. I think they had a telephone conversation, and then Mr. Evans indicated he wanted to check to make sure that guidance he was giving was correct, and followed up with a text that stated OCGA 21-134C. Looks like if the candidate gets disqualified, the state executive committee would have until 4 p.m. on the following business day to make a decision to fill the vacancy. And I have printouts of a screenshot of the text message if any of you would like to see that. But following that guidance, the board accepted Mr. Williams as a substitute candidate. Scott Camp, who is the husband of the Republican nominee for the the magistrate judge position, challenged Mr. Williams' qualifications to be placed on the general ballot. That challenge went to the Board of Elections, and the board, following the guidance of both the Secretary of State and the then Douglas County attorney, denied that challenge. And Mr. Camp then filed the appeal to Superior Court. The Superior Court did find that he interpreted the law so that Mr. Williams was not properly qualified, but entered judgment in favor of Douglas County because the procedural mechanism by which Mr. Camp had brought his challenge did not provide authority for the court to direct the board to remove Mr. Williams from the ballot. Mr. Camp then appealed that decision to the Georgia Supreme Court. The Georgia Supreme Court, as you've heard from Investigator Koth, ultimately ruled that Mr. Williams was not in fact qualified to be on the ballot. But notably, I think for our purposes here today, in a concurring opinion, Supreme Court Justice Bethel acknowledged that the Board of Elections sought, obtained, and followed guidance from the Secretary of State's office, and noted that government agencies often face difficulty in the absence of an express statute or court decision directly on point. The concurrence was joined by 5 other justices. In other words, throughout this process, the board was relying on the guidance of both the Secretary of State's office and its county attorney in denying the challenge, dismissing the challenge, and then in litigating the legal issues. At all times, the board and Mr. Kidd operated transparently and with the intent of upholding voter access and legal compliance. And as noted in the investigator's report, Mr. Williams was disqualified before the election, and signs were posted indicating that he was not qualified, was not a qualified candidate in the election pursuant to Georgia law. Now that the issue has been clarified by the Supreme Court, once that had happened, the board did and will continue to follow that ruling. And presumably this clarity and the procedure regarding qualifications will be of benefit to other county election boards throughout the state who face similar issues regarding qualifications. As I know you are all very well aware, the Secretary of State's office is in constant communication with county elections officials. And in fact, they designate individual liaisons from the Secretary of State's office to work directly with the county elections officials to ensure open and effective communications and fair and legal implementation of the Georgia election code. We heard from the board earlier about the importance of counties reaching out to the Secretary of State for guidance when questions arise to ensure that the actions they're taking are consistent with Georgia law. The undisputed facts here demonstrate that the actions taken in 2022 were the result of the board's due diligence, state level and legal consultation, and procedural good faith. There was no intentional violation or disregard of election law. We therefore ask that a letter of instruction be issued to the extent the board feels that that Douglas County's actions here were inappropriate, that you provide some instruction as to what the board should have done in this instance. As the board has found several times already today, a technical violation may occur, but the circumstances surrounding that violation support the issuance of a letter of instruction rather than a referral to the Attorney General's office. And I and Mr. Kidd are both here and glad to answer any questions you may have.
You could have just said we did what they told us to do.
Yeah.
Other questions from members of the board?
I just want to say that I have had occasion to read and reread and triple read this particular section of legislation. And it is peculiarly opaque. I have to reread it. I have to read it in utter silence, take notes. I have a hard time understanding this provision as a trained attorney. Y'all did everything that you knew how to do the right thing. And at the appropriate time, I will move for dismissal. And I would also ask that somebody do an idiot's guide to candidate qualification and candidate replacement. Because I'm the idiot.
May I ask, the issue was the Secretary of State or Blake Evans informed Mr. Kidd that it was appropriate to to put Williams on the ballot, even though it turned out that the Georgia Supreme Court said he was not qualified?
No, that guidance came before, the initial guidance was from the Secretary of State indicating that the board could consider a replacement nominee submitted by the political party under the code section. And then Board of Elections followed that guidance, and it was then litigated up to the Georgia Supreme Court, which ultimately found that Mr. Williams was not qualified and he was then removed from the ballot.
Further questions from the board? Chair would entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
One more question. Were the votes for Mr. Williams counted?
As per
Would
Georgia.
you identify yourself, please?
My name is Milton Kidd, the Elections Director for Douglas County. As per election code, that particular signage was placed in prominent locations in all of the polling locations. And those votes that were given to that candidate were not tabulated because we legally could not.
Okay, so they were not tabulated or reported? Okay.
Further questions, Dr. Johnson?
No other questions?
Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Douglas County.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
I'm going back and forth in my head with whether, what would the instructions be, because they follow the guidance of the Secretary of State.
Dr. Johnson?
Well, the instruction was wrong, as it turns out.
So how would you instruct the county to
What
proceed?
would the letter say?
What would the letter say?
That there was a violation of qualifying.
It's getting towards the Supreme Court. I know, what I'm thinking about is, if another situation occurs, the Secretary of State's office might tell him to do it the same exact way.
We did have the option of, we voted to do a letter of instruction without finding a violation in the previous case.
Okay, I'm willing to support that.
Dr. Johnson, would you consider that?
So, well, the question is, did the Georgia Supreme Court consider this a violation of qualifying candidates?
Yes, that was the ultimate conclusion. Well, that Mr. Williams could not be qualified under the statutory provision being relied upon.
Right. So I'm going with the Georgia Supreme Court.
Well, the thing is, the violation that would be on Douglas County is whether or not they violated the law or what the state code says. But according to the Secretary of State's office, they didn't at that time. So if they're following, I guess you're gonna put them in that's a unique position, right? Like, do you listen to the Secretary of State or do you not?
Right. And I'll just note that upon that ruling from the Georgia Supreme Court, the candidate was removed from the ballot.
Correct.
I think the issue before the board now is what to do when there is a lack of clarity in the law and how to proceed, how the county boards of election should proceed in this case, relying upon the guidance of both the Secretary of State and the county attorney at the time, in how the statute should be interpreted.
Yeah, I go back to, if you can't read the minds of a judge that are going to interpret a law differently from how your own attorney and the Secretary of State's office, I don't know what we advise them other than bring out your magic 8-ball and try to figure out what the courts are going to say, since it's not clear and your attorney, you followed you did everything that you knew to do, which is go to your attorney and the Secretary of State's office.
So I would support a letter of instruction without the violation because I just don't see.
We have to vote first on, or the second, is there a second on a letter of instruction with the violation? And then we can go back to another motion if there's no second, so. Is there a second on, we have a motion to issue a letter of instruction with a violation. Is there a second? For lack of a second, the chair will consider another motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we submit a letter of instruction without the violation because I find it hard to say they violated. We violate the instructions of the Secretary of State.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction without violation found. Is there a second? Well, here we go again.
I move that we dismiss the case because because I do not believe.
Not yet, not yet.
Okay.
For lack of a second, the chair will entertain another motion.
I would move that we dismiss this case.
Motion to dismiss this case. Is there a second? I personally like the idea of a letter of instruction without a violation because we're just reiterating what the law says and we're not finding a violation of it, but we're just reiterating what the statute says, frankly. So just a.
Simple as that, then I will second that motion.
All right, so would you like to restate your motion, Member King?
Yeah, I make a motion that we submit a letter of instruction without the violation.
We have a motion to submit a letter of instruction without violation. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Praise be. We have a motion second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, there is. Mr.
Yes.
Chair, in the totality of this case, at the time, I agreed that Douglas County thought they were doing what they were instructed to do, but that doesn't mean it was right. There was and ultimately the higher authority of this state is the Georgia Supreme Court. And not to say that I always agree with what the Georgia Supreme Court decides, but in this case, they determined there was a violation. You today agree that it was a violation in retrospect. So I still feel like a letter of instruction with violation would just be a matter of record and not a blemish on the reputation of Douglas County.
Thank you. And I just note again that the board in multiple cases earlier today has found technical violations of the law and issued letters of instruction, I believe without a violation, given the special circumstances surrounding the particular case.
We frequently hear of special circumstances and but I don't think the Secretary of State should take precedence over the Georgia Supreme Court. Nothing more to say.
In that moment, that's all they had was the Secretary of State. And then they had the attorney, and then there was another court that also supported it before it got to the Supreme Court. So in that moment, I don't know what he could have done differently.
Correct. In the moment, they could have informed Mr. Williams it was too late to qualify. But in the moment, they allowed Mr. Williams to not only qualify, but be placed on the ballot.
Because that provision of the statute says that, well, in the event of disqualification, political parties have the right and the authority under certain circumstances to replace. So the Supreme Court ruled that that the gentleman was not qualified. The county followed through with that. They also, in a concurring opinion, said that the county didn't do anything wrong in that, and that was signed by a majority of the court. So a majority of the justices, that the county did everything right, according to the books, according to the book. And an interpretation that they came to was not available to the county attorney, to the county, or to the Secretary of State at that time. So at any rate, we won.
I'm sorry. It's getting awful late already. 2-1, motion carries 2-1. Thank you, Douglas County. Into our afternoon portion of the agenda. We're going to try speed dating on this. These are all violations of photographs in a polling place, and we will begin with SCB 2024-192.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before you get started, is it possible, since we have so many cases that are very similar, to just get the hot points? Like, when
Yes,
do they?
I've already discussed that with him.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Let's put them on a 1 minute or a 30-second clock.
You ready?
Please.
2024-192, complaint came in from Camden County. City Council candidate Christine went to vote, took a photo of her ballot on her cell phone, posted it on social media. She got a phone call, or an election supervisor talked to her about the post. She admitted to doing it, but she took it down. Violation of OCGA 2124-113E.
So she took the phone, took the picture, it was on the cell phone, and then she took it off.
She put it on social media and then took it off.
I put it on social media. And the respondent is Christine Adamau. Is Christine here? No. Are there any questions for the investigator?
No questions.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Chair, maybe that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to send a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor of sending a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Wow.
You have 10-second balance there.
Yes. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2022-044.
This case was open when the Board of Education candidate Hayden Willis was photographed by his wife Jenna at the voting booth, and the picture was on Facebook. The post was removed when they realized they could not take a post and post photographs inside the voting area. Evidence to suggest Ms. Willis violated OCGA 212413E.
Say.
So they took a picture, they were asked to delete, and they deleted it, correct?
Yeah, she took a picture of her husband while he was in the voting booth.
What?
She posted the picture of her husband voting and then
Yep.
deleted it.
Response, Gina Willis. Is Gina Willis here? No. Any questions for the investigator? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Being no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
In opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction will be sent on SCB 2022-044. This case is SCB 2024-015, Worth County photographic ballot.
Okay, this one's a little different. It was determined that Mr. Howard took a photo of his ballot while he was at the scanner. However, he did ask the employee that was standing there, Mrs. Chestnut, and she had told him he was the first person to ever ask her that and said, well, I guess it's okay. And so he did take the photo. She did not giving him permission. However, there is video that is visual and audio. So potential violation, but he was given permission. Yeah.
So we have the individual took the photo, and then we had the poll worker who said it was okay to do that.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction to both. Well, actually, to the elector. I guess, I don't know.
We don't know who the poll worker is, correct?
Yes,
Ms.
Mr.
Chestnut.
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 I'm sorry, this shows poll worker.
Didn't know about it. Yeah, so I make a mo, oh, thanks, Smith County.
Y'all are the ones that took the picture.
Yeah.
You're the one that said they could take the picture.
Oh,
Are you the poll worker?
Do you want to speak? Oh, well, if your wife will let you. Okay.
Come on, you.
That's one, okay. Yep.
Well, y'all get 2 for 1 on this deal. I'm the chairman of the Board of Elections in Worth County. This is my wife, Debbie. My name is Bruce Chestnut. I never shoot the poll work the other day. I was working the BMD just outside where she was working. And I do take objection to her giving him permission. There is a video, something like this, the elected looks at her, he probably my size. He probably my size. He said,
oh,
can I take a picture of this? And she said, I don't know. He says, well, it's my vote. At that point, she right there, I was used back in one. She stood and intimidated. So anyway, she said, well, that's true. I guess you can, we're the first person who's asking me. He said something, I know they had a big thing, and you kind of take them off. There's the board about taking pictures of that. But anyway, that's the way it happened. She intimidated. She did not give him permission. She just was not on permission. Anything you want to say, honey?
Ms. Chestnut, you know why we don't want people to take photos of their ballots, right? Right, so we don't want to take them to take that photo out of the polling place and sell that vote. Right.
Yes.
We don't want anyone to send them into the polling place to vote and take a picture and come back out and get paid for it. So you understand. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not even going to ask if Mr. Chestnut's been properly reprimanded. For this.
I know, okay, so I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction to the elector and issue a letter of reprimand to Ms. Chestnut so that she'll know. No, that's a no. Although I'm sure you've had the conversation.
Motion to issue a letter of instruction to the elector and a letter of reprimand to the poll worker, Ms. Chestnut. Is there a second?
Might we divide that?
Pardon me?
Then we divide the
Okay, we have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to the elector. Is there a second?
second.
There's a second from Dr. Johnson, I believe. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction to the elector, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Chair, entertain another motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Chestnut.
Member Gazal had already
Member King.
I'm sorry, Member King, I think it's getting really late in
Already.
the afternoon. Had already, made a motion for a letter of reprimand. Do you want to withdraw that or you want to continue with that?
I'm willing to withdraw it.
Okay, then, Johnson has made a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Chestnut. Is there a second?
Second.
For a second, any discussion? Any further discussion? All those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction to Ms. Chestnut signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Okay. Thank you. I know you have a very long drive back home today.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can stay and enjoy the city of Atlanta if you'd like to, but great.
That's good.
Better Waffle House. Sorry. The next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-238 Hart County illegal photograph ballot, November of 2024. That is tab 38.
So this case involves an individual by the name of Kyle Rock, I believe it's pronounced. And as he went to vote on May 5th, 2025, he asked permission from a worker to take a photo. They informed him he could not. He stated, "Watch me," and took the photo anyway, and then refused to delete it once asked.
Yeah, I don't like this one at all because this individual was
This voter was very belligerent. This voter was disrespectful. He not only disregarded the law, he disrespected every poll official in that place, telling them they had no authority to stop him. He was adamant that he could do what he wanted to do. I'm not trying to prove a point with him, but our poll officials put up with a lot. And this is a law, it's posted. He was told not to, and he just treated it like it was not important. And they already put up, my poll officials put up with a lot. And even though this seems to be a minor offense, it was very degrading to everyone present that day.
were any threats made?
Pardon me?
Were any threats made?
No, sir, not that I'm aware. Well, he did not threaten, but he did hold his, like he held his wrist out to the law enforcement officers. Well, just go ahead and arrest me if I've done something wrong. He was very belligerent that day. And he was asked not to take it, took it anyway, asked to delete it, refused. Even the law enforcement, he refused to give his name when asked. Because he'd already been through check-in and other stuff, so they didn't know his name. But anyway,
I'm sorry you were, or your poll workers were treated like that.
Thank you.
Is he here?
It's Kyle Rock. Is Mr. Rock here? No.
Okay.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we refer this to the Attorney General.
I think that's a great idea. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second to refer this to the AG. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of saying SCB 2024-034 to the AG. I'm sorry, 238 to the AG, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so move. This will be sent to the Attorney General. Thank you, Burton.
Thank you.
I think you're done for the day, aren't you?
Well,
Have a safe trip back. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-034 Wilkinson County photograph of ballot. That's tab 39.
The allegation was that David Hadardis took a picture of his ballot marking device screen while voting during the March 12th, 2024 presidential preference primary special election. This was supported by a picture of the ballot marking device screen that was uploaded to his personal Facebook page. There was also surveillance footage that showed Mr. Hadardis holding what appeared to be a cell phone in his left hand when he stepped from behind the privacy partition. When an investigator spoke with him, he made the comment, "They're coming after me for taking a picture." This was said after he mentioned an accusation against Wilkinson County Election Office. There is evidence to suggest David Hadardis violated OCGA 21-2568 subsection 2A1.
Response, David Hadaritz. Is Mr. Hadaritz here? Any questions for the investigator?
The investigator, did he actually take a photo or? It was on his Facebook? It was on Facebook? Yes. See that?
On his personal Facebook page.
So ask him to take the photo down, or did we find out about it after it was posted on the Facebook page?
It was already down by the time we got the.
Yep. Good. That's saying. Push a button. Right. Please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Kelly Chapman. I am the election supervisor from Wilkinson County. I am the person who filed the complaint. It was sent to me by someone who used to be a poll worker. They saw it on Facebook. They forwarded me the picture and I reported it. I've had several issues with Mr. Hatteras as far as following rules and regulations when it comes to elections.
No issues.
Well, we did a recount for an election at one point, and we had to have the police involved because he wanted to record the county ballots on his cell phone. We're now in an issue where he has verbally assaulted me in my office, and we're waiting on that to go to trial now in our county.
Any questions?
Mr. Hatteras is not here?
Mhm.
He did not come?
No. Go entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we send this to the Attorney General's office.
We have a motion to send to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is second. Any discussion? Any discussion, all those in favor of referring this case to the AG, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any opposition, so moved. SCV 2024-034 will be referred to the Attorney General. Thank you, Wilkinson County.
Thank you.
Have a safe drive back. Next item on the agenda is SCV 2024-080 Hancock County, it's tab number 40.
Mr. Lamar took a photo of his electronic ballot marker with his cell phone while he was voting on a BMD during early voting, May 2nd, 2024. He then posted it on Snapchat. When he realized it was illegal to do so, he removed the photograph. He advised he was trying to encourage young people to get out and vote. Evidence to suggest Mr. Lamar violated OCGA 21-2568 subsection 2A1.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on case SCV 2024-080. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Dr. Johnson. Any discussion? Any no discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson.
Aye. Sorry.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This on the agenda is SCB 2024-098 Hancock County. A poll worker took photos and video inside the poll. It's a tab number 41.
This investigation revealed that Mickey Thomas, an assistant poll manager of the Mayfield Community Center polling precinct, pulled out her cell phone and took pictures of signage posted inside the polling place. Ms. Thomas stated that she was called by Ms. Morgan, who asked her to take pictures of a sign that was posted on a board in the voting area. She stated she took the photos at 6:56 p.m. while no voters were in the polling place. She didn't think she did anything wrong. Ms. Thomas wrote, as a result of what she did, she was told she was not going to work the polls again. Ms. Morgan told the investigator that Ms. Thomas called her and asked about a complaint. And she said that she didn't ask Ms. Thomas to take any pictures inside the voting area because cameras are not allowed. Evidence to suggest Mickey Thomas violated OCGA 212413 subsection E.
Don't ask her why she did that.
Yes, she said that she received the call from Ms. Morgan and who asked to see pictures of signage.
Any questions for the investigator?
Question is, so to be clear, the respondent took photos of posters and not of a ballot, and she took the photos when there were no voters in the polling place. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what she said.
Any further questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
Well-
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to clarify, it was the poll manager that reported this, correct?
Poll manager took the picture.
No, the
He received the
assistant,
complaint from Hancock County,
okay, the
That's right, the
the
assistant.
assistant poll manager checked that, but it was
who's the poll man? Anybody here?
Uh,
Because she sent the photos to Ms. Morgan.
Ms. Morgan's the poll manager.
No, she was someone who, Ms. Thomas said that Ms. Morgan asked, but when Ms. Morgan was spoken to, she said, I didn't ask for the photos.
is anyone here from Hancock County? No. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we dismiss case 2024-098.
We have a motion to dismiss case 2024-098. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss this case. Is there any discussion?
The only thing I'd like to reiterate is the photos were taken of posters and not of ballots, and that there were no voters, no voting taking place when no voters in the polling place when this occurred. There's nothing illegal about this action.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss SCB 2024-098. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any vote? Yeah, okay. Any opposition? Nay. Motion carries 2-1. Item on the agenda is SCB 2025-026 Hancock County photograph ballot. That's tab number 42.
So this is another Hancock County case, and it involves Earlene Talley, who took pictures of her ballot as she was voting on October 23rd, 2024. She was told to delete it, according to the poll worker. She did delete it. However, later when being interviewed, she did not have taken the photo at all. So
Any questions for the investigator? It was Earlene Talley here. No? Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we send a letter of reprimand. It sounds like if she denied it after the fact, she probably knew that this was a problem. So yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have motion to issue a letter of reprimand on SCB 2025-026. Is there a second?
second.
We have motion and a second from Member Gazal. Any discussion? Having no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A vote of 3-0. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2022-191 Walton County photo at polling place. It is tab number 43.
Voter Kaplan requested to cast a paper ballot due to distrust of the voting machines. Ms. Janet, the poll manager, assisted Ms. Kaplan in her request to complete a provisional ballot. At some point, the poll manager contacted the election director to advise on the situation. Ms. Kaplan was provided a provisional ballot but refused to use the emergency ballot pen. She believed the pen had disappearing ink in it. Kaplan had her phone on and her phone camera on. She was asked to turn her phone off and advised of the law, but Kaplan refused. The poll manager witnessed her take a picture of her completed provisional ballot. Kaplan denied taking a photo and mentioned Sharpie-gate in her distrust of the elections. Potential for violation OCGA 212413E. Regarding Kaplan.
Mr. Chairman. I've got one clarifying question. Was the photograph taken of the envelope of the provisional ballot or the ballot itself? Is that clear from the investigative report?
Let me look through the report. I didn't write it in my summary. It says that she took a picture of her completed provisional ballot.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, I also want to note that this voter didn't qualify to receive a provisional ballot. Just simply not trusting the machines was not a legal qualification for a provisional ballot. If somebody wants to vote on a paper ballot, they need to apply for an absentee ballot in a timely fashion. But that's just putting that out there.
Well, she was witnessed taking the picture. She denied taking a picture and then she refused to provide a statement. She hung up on the investigator.
Well, she was instructed prior to taking the picture that she was not allowed to.
Right.
And she took it on. So at the appropriate time, I will.
Any further questions?
Happy to.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we issue a letter of reprimand in this case.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from member Johnston.
I'm sorry. Can I clarify? Did she, you said she refused to cooperate with investigators at all?
She denied taking the picture of her ballot and then she refused to provide a statement and hung up.
Okay, I would like to withdraw my motion.
Chair, member Gazal has withdrawn her motion. The chair will entertain a new motion.
I would refer this to the Attorney General's office.
We have a motion to refer this to the AG. Is there a second?
Consistent.
Well, my problem is that when, you know, when people make a mistake and they admit to it and they cooperate, it's one thing, but when they don't cooperate and they purposely try and, you know, not, it's one thing when you say, I'm sorry. It's another when you say.
Yeah, I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second to refer to the AG. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, motion carries 3-0. This should be referred to the AG. This item on the agenda is SEB 2024-162, Fulton County unlawful photography at Maxwell Road polling place. Polling location is tab number 44.
This allegation was that a voter took a photo with her phone, but it appeared that she was using her cell phone's magnifying application to enlarge the BMD screen. She forgot to travel with her glasses. We didn't substantiate this claim.
And my understanding is that they saw her with their phone, but she claims that she was using it just to magnify because she couldn't read it. And but there was no evidence that she actually took a photo of anything, correct?
Yes.
Any other questions?
No.
Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion and we dismiss this case.
Well, there's a motion to dismiss this case. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to dismiss SCB 2024-162. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, hearing no opposition, so moved, will be dismissed by a vote 3-0. Let's go to the last page of today's agenda. We're moving. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-217 Fulton County unlawful photograph of ballot November 2024. It's tab number 45.
So this is a Fulton County case in which the respondent, Mr. McCarthy, took a photo of the BMD screen while voting. He was confronted by polling staff and he allowed them to delete the photo from his iCloud.
Respondent is Ian Brown McCarthy. Is Mr. McCarthy here? No. Any questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-217. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, sending a letter of instruction, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction will be sent by a vote of 3-0. Next item on the agenda is, we had previously discussed 2:30. So the next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-085 Fulton County Roswell Library photograph of ballot, tab number 47.
The allegation that Mr. Thompson took a photo of his ballot after he voted in the 2023 runoff election at Roswell Library was substantiated. When he was confronted by the poll staff, he immediately deleted the photo without any resistance, was apologetic, and stated he was unaware of the law at the time he took the photograph. Potential violation OCGA 21-2568.2.
Any questions for the investigator? Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instructions. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on SCB 2023-085, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-208 Fulton County legal photograph of voting equipment during voting November 2024, tab number 48.
The Fulton County case in which the voter, Michelle Pinnock Hadida, was voting. Her ballot was jammed in the scanner. So she took pictures of the scanner, error message and the barcode on the scanner, and submitted her complaint. When confronted, she indicated that she had permission to take the picture. However, the polling workers denied giving her permission to take the photos.
Any questions for the investigator? Chair will entertain a motion. Is this
Respondent.
Michelle Pincock Hadida here? No. You want to find people that don't turn their phone off. Send them to the Attorney General.
We send a letter of instruction.
You have a motion to send a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-208. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next item on the agenda, well, we did 187 earlier, so we'll go to 2024-216 Fulton County OC Library unlawful photograph and BMD screen, November 2024. It's tab number 50.
This is another Fulton County case. In this situation, the respondent, Michael Seth Weathers, was accused of taking a photo with a cell phone while inside the polling place and wearing a shirt with a picture of then candidate for president Donald Trump. Two poll workers said they saw him holding up his phone as if to take a photograph. However, they both said that they did not see him take a photograph or see a picture on his phone. One of the workers said they confronted the respondent and he said that he did take a picture. However, later during an interview, he denied saying that to the poll worker. So in this particular case, we did not sustain the taking of the photograph for a lack of evidence. However, there was evidence to suggest a violation of OCGA 21-2-414 sub A sub 2, restriction on campaign activities, as he was seen wearing a shirt that displayed a picture of presidential candidate Donald Trump.
Was he asked to turn the shirt inside out or remove the shirt or?
Information. Doesn't say. It's not.
Okay.
I think they were dealing with the picture part of it, going back and forth with that, so it doesn't look like they asked him about.
It's unsubstantiated. They took a photo, but it was substantiated that he had a picture of
Campaign, yes.
Donald Trump's picture on his T-shirt.
Yeah.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson?
Well, there are two allegations.
All right,
You're right. This was on the shirt.
it's on the shirt. We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on the wearing of the shirt in the polling location. We have a second to issue a letter of instruction on that. So we're voting on the shirt wearing. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on allegation number 2 of wearing the shirt, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Now let's deal with the alleged taking of a photograph which was unsubstantiated. Is there, the chair will entertain a motion on that?
Mr. Chair, I move that we dismiss the photographing for lack of substantiation.
We have a motion to dismiss the first allegation of taking a photograph. Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss the photograph. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. See that. So on the agenda is SCB 2024169, Fulton County Recording Devices at Alpharetta Library Voting Precinct, November 2024. It's tab number 51.
When the couple were approaching the poll pad check-in area, it was noticed that the male, identified as Anthony Guthrie, was wearing a Trump T-shirt. Ms. Butler advised that when the law regarding campaign material inside the voting precinct was explained to him, he immediately stepped away and turned his shirt inside out.
I think we're wrong here.
Oh,
This is 169.
Yeah. Part of it.
that's the one I was reading.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the beginning.
Recording devices.
So he turned it off.
This is recording the,
We hadn't gotten to that part yet.
oh. I didn't see anything about a t-shirt there.
That's not in the.
Both voters then approached the poll pads again and were checked in to vote. Ms. Butler stated that when Sarah attempted to scan her ballot in the ICP scanner housed inside the gray cabinet stand, the scanner indicated a paper jam had occurred. Ms. Butler stated that she was clearing the paper jam. Anthony and Sarah used their cellular telephones and began recording the process. Poll workers advised both subjects that they couldn't use their cell phone devices, that they were not permitted in a closed voting area. Ms. Butler stated that Sarah began yelling that it was her ballot and her constitutional right to protect her ballot. Based on poll workers' verbal statements, the respondents' admissions to the incident and video footage, there was sufficient evidence to substantiate the allegation that they both recorded on their cell phone, OCGA 212413E.
So the respondents are Sarah Guthrie and Anthony Guthrie. Are they here today? Very good. Would you move to a position? Do you want to speak? Would you move to a position where there's a microphone, please? Actually, if you want to come up a little closer up front, that'd be perfect. Whatever you want to. Press the. This should work. No, oh, is it? Oh.
I did ask,
Identify yourself for the court reporter, please.
my name is Sarah Elizabeth Guthrie. I did record.
Okay.
But I also asked the police officer if he was recording because he had a body camera. And he said that he was not recording. But I was frustrated because neither the Republican or the Democrat volunteer was over. The police officer wasn't recording to protect my vote and everybody else's vote in the machine. They ended up having to call downtown and they had to open up. And they opened it up on a public floor.
And I reiterate, yes. And when she said, when she asked the sheriff deputy if he was recording, that's when we proceeded to record because no one else was there to, I guess you could say, protect our ballot as our constitutional right. And so once the deputy told us to stop, we stopped recording. And obviously we gave our names and we exited the library in polling place.
Did you do the recording afterwards?
I've never posted it. I'll show it.
Did they ask you to delete the recording?
They did not.
I was honest because I feel that if a voting machine is going to be opened, somebody needs to protect in votes, Republican or Democrat.
Ms. Guthrie, did you take a photo of your ballot, how you voted?
The video, I'm actually on the side trying to just record the machine opening. I did not take any pictures of anything, of ballots or anything.
Are there videos of the ballots themselves? Does the board want to see the video? Dr. Johnson?
Yeah.
Dr. Johnson would like to see the video.
Sure.
Yours is 21 seconds. Mine with her device, mine is 9 seconds. So would you like to see the other?
Sure. I see the 21 second of it.
As fast as that on.
Yeah, sure.
This is the 21.
That's fine. This is, that's the same. This is you. This is.
Do the same one?
Yeah. It's the same.
Oh, sorry. Bad finger.
That's my ballot that's in there. You cannot have your. I do apologize.
Stand back there, so the court reporter can hear you, please.
I do apologize. I should have handled things more professionally. I screwed up.
Ms. Guthrie, was your ballot retrieved? Did your ballot count?
They told me to call the voting office on Monday, so I had to leave the library not knowing if my vote had counted. So my husband called, or he looked on the computer.
To the office of my voting page,
Right.
and it said that we both voted about the same time, not 20 minutes. But also we didn't get any clarity when we left the voted.
Now, the question is, was the ballot retrieved from the ballot box? Was it damaged?
Nobody told me. It was a paper jam, but nobody told me it has been damaged or anything like that. They didn't offer to rerun it. Or look it up to see if my vote to continue.
Be nervous, Ms. Guthrie. All but one member of this board is very nice.
Don't talk about me.
I know. I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand simply because, you were told not to record and you did get a little agitated, which I understand. So yeah, I make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
A motion to issue a letter of reprimand on the SCB 2024-169. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to speak to this. The whole issue about photography in the polling place is it's about photographing ballots and using the information of a voted ballot to be sold or bought or to expose somebody's privacy to their right to vote, and who they voted for. That's the thing that we always want to protect. Photographing inoperable equipment or malfunctioning equipment, I think, is a different matter, although the code does say no photographing in a polling place while voting is taking place, for fear that someone's ballot will be photographed and their right to private secrecy of the ballot would be, damaged. So, I mean, this circumstance, sounds like she was, reacting and trying to protect her vote and her ballot. I think there's a circumstance there that we should take into consideration, and I would kindly ask the board to consider a letter of instruction rather than a letter of reprimand. I think technically there's a violation But it's the spirit of the law of what we're trying to achieve is to protect that secrecy of the ballot and the whole system, and not whether there's a paper jam or a printer jam or some other malfunctioning equipment, which Lord only knows there's plenty of equipment in a polling place. So that would be my request for the board to reconsider.
Just to be clear, the reason why I did reprimand instead of instruction is because listening to the video, it seems like you were instructed a few times not to record. So, I didn't see the point of instructing again. However, that's up to you.
I mean, it's not a referral to the AG's office. There are no further repercussions than the letter.
Right.
It's just the strength of the wording in the letter, frankly, is the difference between instruction and reprimand.
Yeah, I think the real difference is the fact that you were told to quit and you kept saying,
Yes.
I mean.
So I still stand.
Senators, we have a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
Motion carries 2-1.
And thank you for coming down here. It's not easy. Yes.
Safe travels. As safe as you can be on 85 or 75 or. I'm too excited. This is not the last one.
One more.
Yes, we have one more after this one. One more.
You're killing me.
Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-199 Polk County, illegal photograph at Cedartown. Advanced voting polling location, November 2024. It's tab number 52.
So this case is Polk County, as you mentioned. It involves voter Fyodor Petrenko. While voting on October 28, 2024, took a picture of his ballot. This was observed by poll workers. One of the workers told him that the law prohibited taking photos of his ballot. He was asked to delete the picture, which he refused to do. He ultimately finished voting and left the polling location. He was identified by his check-in information. He was spoken with, and he said that he told the investigator that he snapped a picture of his quote unquote paper with his cell phone. And he said that he later deleted the picture from his phone, but it was after he left the polling location. So based on that, we found sufficient evidence to indicate that he violated OCGA 21-568.2 sub A sub 2.
So there's no evidence that he deleted the photo, correct?
No.
We didn't find it on his Facebook or anything else?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I thought we heard this in a previous meeting. And I thought Mr. Petrenko was here. Yes.
I sent him a letter of instruction last week.
Thank you. Yes. So this has been adjudicated.
This case is over.
Okay, thank you. I remember he was here, I believe. He came.
Well, that was easy.
Is it a different component?
Jesse, are you sure it's the same one?
Well, you remembered it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Read it.
We're checking on that one. We're going to move to the next one, okay? We have a special request to hear SEB 2024-210, which is on the schedule for tomorrow, which means we're going to have less cases to hear tomorrow. This is Hall County photography of a ballot posted on social media, November 2024. This is tab number 78.
Oh, nice. We're really early.
Yeah. Okay. Good, okay, I believe you. All right. Last case. This particular case is from Hall County. It involves two individuals. Case was open after it was reported that a photograph was posted on social media showing the face of a ballot marking device, which displayed a candidate selection from the 2024 presidential race. There's investigation done and determined that Justin Dean and Andrew Clark were the individuals that were responsible for posting. And apparently this came from a social media account in their names. And also the pictures on that account match the driver's license photos of these individuals. So based on that, we made the determination that there was evidence to suggest that they violated OCGA 21-568.2. Respondents are Justin Dean and Andrew Clark.
Dean is here.
They just want, are there any questions from the board for the investigators? Mr. Dean, would you please address the board?
Yes, thank you. My name is Justin Dean from North Hall County. Thank you for squeezing me in today. I really appreciate that. I don't know who Andrew Clark is, but I am a proud voter who takes the duty and responsibility of casting a ballot very seriously. I'm grateful for the safeguards in our election system and the work that this board does to protect that trust. It actually has been very fascinating sitting here today watching you and how passionate you are about keeping our elections safe. Last November, I was proud to participate in the presidential election. Out of enthusiasm, I took a photo that I later realized was not in line with Georgia law. At the time, I was completely unaware and did not fully understand the law. My intention was never to interfere with the voting process, undermine election integrity, or cause any harm. When I learned more about the law and its purpose, I understood why it exists and why it's important. I respect those protections and will absolutely follow them going forward. I understand the intention of the laws to protect secrecy and to try to prevent voters who are being paid to vote and to be clear, that's not me and that's not what happened. No one asked me to take a photo, post it, or ask me to vote. I had no intention of doing anything wrong, nor did I know I did anything wrong until I was notified about it. I respect your work here and only ask that you consider my intent and my heart behind the actions that I took as you make your decision today. I'm a husband and a father of 4 and someone who cares deeply about doing what's right. I'm completely embarrassed by this, and this experience has made me much more aware and much more confident in our elections. I'm committed to ensuring it never happens again and even educating others on these issues so that they aren't as naive and foolish as I was. Thank you for your consideration today.
No questions for Mr. Dean? Chair will entertain a motion.
So Chair, I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction, Mr. Dean. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Dr. Johnson. All those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-210 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. You will receive a letter of instruction. You understand what that is, right? Mr. You do now? You've had an education today, haven't you? Thank you. There's another individual.
Yeah, there are two.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Clark, Andrew Clark.
Yes.
We'll do the same.
What was the allegation, Mr. Clark? So same thing. The investigator searching another thread of everything Georgia, he located another photograph which was posted showing the face of a ballot marking device and displayed. So very similar circumstance, but separate circumstance. And so Mr. Clark was determined to have posted that particular photo.
Do we know if he was
Mr. Clark notified to be here?
You know, probably tomorrow. because
Yeah, oh, that's right.
it's tomorrow's case.
Oh,
So tomorrow's calendar.
wait.
We'll-
but your
we'll-
letter
we'll-
was sent today.
So today, we received an agenda, so
Okay.
I'm sure.
Sure.
We will defer that portion of the case till tomorrow then.
Just
So-
in case he comes.
See if Mr. Clark shows up. If you'll remind me that we did that so we can.
Okay.
Clark. I know that the board would like to stay a while longer and hear some more cases, but unfortunately, we don't have any respondents here today, so the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn or to recess.
So moved.
We have a motion to recess till 9 a.m. tomorrow. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So moved. This meeting is now recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, same time, same place. Thank you. Same bat time, same bat.